What is up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. I'm Brayathorn. Welcome to System Integrators Weekly Live. Very different from the previous stream, I'll have you know. And if you disagree, that's probably fair. How's it going, everybody? I've got chat like way over here right now because this was, again, an impromptu thing that I had to do. But what's up, guys? How's it going? Were there technical difficulties? I was fine. I was just, you know, getting things started. But let's see. Pluto, congratulations. That's awesome to hear. Just got an Alexander PCs recently. That's awesome. Very cool. Umbaldo Doggo says late. Cool. Thanks. Pretty sure I said something about that, but okay. You were late. You were too late to hear what I said about being late. That's on you, buddy. 13900 KF4090. The link for the iBUYPOWER was not the in-win. I'll have to check those links. They weren't working all through Black Friday. But that's the thing. If you guys watched last Monday's video, you might recall me saying that these deals might change, that they can change from day to day, because I got a special early preview, like nearly a week before Black Friday. Well, I would say, well, I guess it was like 4 days before Black Friday, something like that, but whatever. That was their speculative deals, and I was very clear about that. The spreadsheet is there, it's still there, and you guys can click that right here in the link in the description. But if they change, that can happen. They can find out that certain things aren't available. They can find out that they can't get enough of a certain thing to make it a valid Black Friday deal. But look, let's forget Black Friday deals, because I got something for you guys that is gonna blow your mind. Period. So let me just get a few more things situated here so that I can well, I guess I can't really monitor that way. See, I'm trying to do everything on a single monitor over here, and then I have the stream up on my laptop over here, and that's not ideal, I would say, to say the least. I really need to get a chat window probably up on, even though you guys are going to see it, because, you know, I'm going to share my screen while we're looking at stuff. That's kind of normal in a lot of streams where you'll see chat off to the side, so it's not a big deal, but I'm going to move my laptop closer to the camera. Just give me a second to do that. I almost pressed a button that would have changed something that I didn't want to change. That's good. That's much better. Now I don't have to be like, hey guys. No. Now I can just be like, I see the words you said. So yeah, all right. I hope everybody's been everybody had a great holiday weekend. You know, it's hopefully you got your time off from work, things like that worked out for you and everything. I'm also grabbing a mouse. Okay, so just purchased a Skytech Eclipse 4080. What do you think about that computer? I couldn't find out much about it, but spec-wise it seems good. Well, about that, I went in the Discord, and I've been, you know, I once Black Friday passed, that's, you know, that happens. But in the Discord I said, guys, today I said, do not buy anything. Just wait until the stream. Trust me on this. And some of y'all didn't. Well, no, I don't mean somebody didn't buy something. Probably a lot of you guys did buy stuff, and I get that. But like, listen, there's in particular one crazy deal. Sounds very familiar to that one, but yeah, we'll address that here in a minute. But of course, remember, you can change stuff. You can do things like canceling orders, changing orders, things like that. Just remember something, guys. Whether or not something is a good deal doesn't mean it's right for you. All right? Cool. Now, one thing I do have to do, and I don't want you guys to leave. Just, you know, this is going to be an awesome stream, and I promise you, you're going to hear the absolute craziest deal on a PC that we've had in 2022. But first, since we don't have a regular video going up, this stream is sponsored by CDK Deals. Give me just a minute, guys. We'll be right back. Regular short ad, and then we're right into it.
CDK Deals is an online marketplace that offers game keys for several different platforms and genuine software licenses at drastically reduced prices. You can even use code BRAY25 to get an additional 30% off. Here's how it works. Here we have an OEM license for Windows 10 Pro. Of course, all Windows 10 Home and Pro keys can be later upgraded to Windows 11 at no charge. Keep in mind that you'll need a new key if you build a new system or make major hardware changes. OEM keys cannot be used to upgrade from Windows 10 Home to Pro, so make sure you know which version you have installed. Here in the cart, you can use code BRAY25 to get an additional 30% off. So an OEM copy of Windows 10 Pro will drop from $22.72 to just $15.90. After your purchase is complete, click View Keys/Codes, click Get the Key, and copy it. Then go to your Windows search bar, type out Activate, and click Activation Settings. My Windows install is already activated, so I'll be replacing it, but yours should just say Activate Windows. Paste in the key, click Activate, and you're done. Thank you, CDK Deals, for continuing to support the channel.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. You know, got to pay the bills around here, especially with something coming up very soon. We're going to CES. CES is not a gaming show. It's not a gaming expo. It's not a streaming expo. It's not anything like that. It is an actual trade show. And thankfully, you guys have gotten me to the point to where I actually got approved to go there. So thank you very much for that. Like, seriously. But I do want to address something. Big Lou, I see you there talking about, you answered the format questions from the other stream. We are still streaming on Twitch tonight, and that's when that's going to be for. Okay? Right now, we're going to do probably about an hour stream here on YouTube, go over some deals, and then I can then cut that down a little later, and then that's our System Integrators Weekly. I hope that sounds good to you guys. So, in this stream of System Integrators Weekly, we have two PC giveaways to talk about, plus some of the craziest deals you have ever heard of, well, at least in this entire year of 2022 on a pre-built gaming PC. All that and more on this live stream of System Integrators Weekly. Let's freaking go, nerds! Heck yeah. So, I'm glad to see all you guys here. Man, you know, it really is boggling to the mind that, I mean, what do we got? How many people are in here? 106 people. I can't even tell you. Like, that's like early 2022 numbers from Twitch streams. So it's wonderful to have you guys here. But we're not just here to chat, and that is going to happen on the Twitch stream. Of course, for those of you who don't know, I stream every Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday at around 8 p.m. Central over at twitch.tv/Brayathorn, where I help people one-on-one who get into the queue. You line up, basically. You give me your information, like your budget, what you're going to use the system for, and a lot of little critical things. And I help you find a PC one-on-one. I'm the PC matchmaker. That's what I do. But here, we're going to talk about tomorrow's deals. It is currently Sunday the 27th, and tomorrow is Cyber Monday. We had this whole thing about Black Friday. Now it's Cyber Monday. Some of these deals go until the end of the month, which is a couple more days. Some of them will be tomorrow only. So we are going to get into that stuff. But first, I need to let you guys know a few things. This is being recorded, and it's going to stay on YouTube for November the 27th, 2022. Pricing and availability will definitely change after a few days if you're watching this later. But I will talk about a few things going on in December as well. So not just Cyber Monday, but Cyber Monday and beyond is what this stream is about. I won't be as responsive to chat for this one because this is intended to be a replacement for the video that couldn't go up. My video editor was plagued by migraines today. He couldn't look at screens. Cuddles, I hope you feel better soon, buddy. And yeah, so if there is something personally interactive that you want to talk about, you guys absolutely chat as much as you want. I love an active chat, but I won't be able to respond too much. I mean, of course, we have things like super chats. I will do my best to respond to those, but if it's something that's going to take 20 minutes to respond to, that's going to have to wait till the Twitch stream, and we will do that. So let's talk about it first. So let's talk about a few things first. First thing I want to talk about is going to be the spreadsheet. Now the spreadsheet that we have for, okay, that's the thing. All right. So the spreadsheet that we have, oh, did I move the thing? I moved the thing. Good. Is this going to do the thing? It should. Let me make sure that my motion studio is behaving. Indeed it is. Hi guys. There we go. We're here. So this is a spreadsheet that I made for during the stream on Friday, based on some of the information sent to me for Black Friday. So one thing I told you guys during that video last Monday, and I mentioned it again on the stream last Thursday for Black Friday, was that the Cyber Monday deals from Skytech didn't really impress me too much. Not like a lot of their deals that they had here, which unfortunately some of them didn't show up. We had this one PC that was supposed to be on Amazon for this Shadow PC here that had a 7600X and a 3060 Ti. It was supposed to be $1199, which is crazy, right? It's still there for like $15.50, something like that on Amazon. However, it's actually on Skytech's website, and it's cheaper. Do I still have that up here? I should still have that up here. It is actually currently cheaper than the Amazon price, and I lost it, so I'll bring it up here. Just click 7600X. Now, to remind you guys, see, there we go, $14.99 before my discount, and we haven't hit midnight for Cyber Monday yet. The price could keep going down. But if it's on Skytech's direct website, you can use code SWARM, SWARM, and get a further discount on this system, which the whole problem with 7000 series Ryzen was the buy-in price. But now that you have B650 motherboards, it's a lot more affordable to get in there. Plus, 7600Xs and the rest of the lineup of 7000 series Ryzen processors have dropped in price. And let me remind you guys of something. If you're like me and you like to watch review videos, I totally get that, okay? I probably need to change the timing of this. It's going to be too slow of a transition. I'll go in there and do that. But yeah, let me actually do that really quick. Change that back to 1 second transition. There we go. Or at least a little over 1 second. All right. To remind you guys, when you are, if you're like me and you like to watch review videos all the time, I mean, it's part of my research, part of what I do, you can get really caught up in what's at the top. But I want to remind you guys that if you do get into a 7000 series Ryzen system, there are two things you have to remember. The first thing is, it's still going to be near the top. It's still going to be a leap in performance over what you're used to, or what you probably have now, okay? The other thing is, it's a socket AM5. That's going to be around for a long time, according to AMD, both what they say and what they have done in the past. If you look at socket AM4, they said it would be around, they keep using it, making CPUs for it until 2020. Guess what? 2022. That's how long it took them to come out with the next socket, so they supported it for 5 years. So if you get into a Zen 4 system now, then when Zen 5 comes out, those CPUs will just drop right in. Zen 6, however the naming works for that. It's going to be up until, they say 2025 and beyond, and that can be very much like how they said 2020. Just add that and beyond, and that took it to 2022. So if it's not the top performer now, remember that they're going to come out with 3D V-Cache versions of Ryzen 7000 series. Or if you give it a year or two, there could be some significant generational uplift. But if you wait like 3 or 4 years, you're going to have a huge jump in performance going to whatever their newest thing is at that time. So that's something you need to remember if you're getting a Ryzen system, a Zen 4 system. Now, there are some Zen 3 systems out there, 5000 series Ryzen. I don't necessarily recommend those if you're getting a brand new PC. If you already have one, and you have like a 5600X, and you're looking for a big uplift in gaming performance, you can go with a 5800X 3D, which was like $450 originally, now down to like $350 if you could find one. Supply might level out on that after a while, but there is not a whole lot of upgrading you can do if you buy into it now brand new. If you don't think you'll ever upgrade it, then it doesn't matter. You can get whatever you want, whatever's within your price point. 5000 series Ryzen are still great processors, so something to remember. But you are losing out on some future technologies, or now current technologies like DDR5, PCIe Gen 5, things like that, that don't really, I mean, DDR5 can be very beneficial, but honestly, PCIe Gen 5, there's not many devices yet. We're looking at maybe next month or Q1 2023 to get PCIe Gen 5 storage. And the 40 series GPUs, they're Gen 4. Oops. Dan Ringman, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate all you do for our community. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Wait, picture is bad, audio okay? There's something wrong with the picture? The brightness is too bright. Is it blown out? Give me a second. Oh, that's a little too dark, isn't it? Well, let me actually look in. See, Jesus isn't a thing. It's not on there right now. Let me just mess with it a little bit. Give me just a second. Is that any better right there? How does that seem? Lots more purple. I just changed the brightness. All I did was change the brightness. Let me bring it up on here. I'm going to go full screen. Is it just me or is the quality kind of low? Like, I'm getting quality 360p on my laptop here. What is the deal with that? Hang on a second. Yes, okay, but what resolution are you guys getting? No, I can see the focus. Focus mapping is on my camera. It looks perfect. The focus is fine. It might be Motion Studio. And in Motion Studio, it looks awesome. So, I don't know. What the heck? Huh. Motion Studio might have frozen. Am I going to have to do all this all over again? Yeah, Motion Studio is freaking out. Come on, man. This is what I need. I need this to work. They just did a minor update for Motion Studio, and it looks like it was not the best move for me to... Yeah, okay. Give me a second, guys. Picture's going to disappear for a minute. Okay, and if we head on over to this camera, here we go, select that, here we go. But I don't know why the stream is actually coming through at such a low resolution. Okay. We're probably going to have to redo all of this. The stream's current bitrate is higher than the recommended bitrate. Recommend you use a stream bitrate of 4,500. Well, that should be better, not worse. Okay, cool. This is just great. This is great. I love this. This is awesome. Man, I sure am glad I was put in this situation at the very last minute. Is it much better now? Is it? It still looks like I'm only getting 3060p, but let me look at it on my PC here. Let's go here. Okay, let's see what I can get here. Is it much better now? Is it? It is much better. Love that. Love that for us. It still looks like I'm only getting 3060p. Okay, so was that at a certain point It looks like that's just my preview. My preview is like that. That's not very helpful to me, unfortunately. So how far along was it where it started? Was it like that since the beginning, guys? Michael Rajka says, it looks fine. Just go back to PCs, lol. You don't have to stay here, man. If I have to fix this, I have to fix this. That's just how that works. If I'm boring you with having the actual functionality of streaming, I apologize, but I gotta fix it. Braithorn, by the way, Clue God, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Braithorn, you're the reason why I'll be buying Prism 2 with a 3090. Thank you for all your great advice. You rock. Hold off on doing that, please. Hold off on that. Wait till I get to the deals. It's just I had to take care of this stuff. I'm sorry. From the beginning. Where was that? Is Skytech here? Are you guys here? And yeah, or Chaos, the delay is on purpose. Where was Skytech? I didn't see their names. It's just, this is scuffed as heck. But from Skytech, says Jeff DeVoe, sorry. The insane deal you're about to talk about, know the lead time is 2 weeks on these builds. We need time to build them. Of course. Well, if it was blurry from the jump, I got to start over. I do have to start it over. And I'm just going to cut off the whole first chunk. Yay. Awesome. I mean, at this point, I might as well, like... But let me look at it on my... At this point, I might as well just, like, start a new stream. Because that way I can just delete this one and not have to edit. Jeez. Okay, Jeff, what's up, buddy? How's it going? I did have some notes about the build. I had some notes about the build. You can probably already guess what it is. Yo, the chat's working, but I can't see any video. Everybody else feel the same way? Is the video working for everybody? I used to stream scuff shenanigans. That's just what live broadcasting is. You're in the moment, you know? By the way, Clue God, is that a Tron reference? Well, you do you, man. We'll appreciate that. Yeah, you know what? I can probably go back and check, actually. Let's see. See, it looks fine. I look really hazy, as if, like, I have a lot of bloom on my camera. And I don't know why that was. Like, I've got a mist filter on. I promise, I don't have like a soft skin beauty filter on. It looks a lot better now. It really does. Okay, well, let's just go. How is Skytech PCs and iBUYPOWER? Never bought from them. Those are two different companies. And if you want to know how they are, you can go check the Discord. In the Discord, which is linked in the description below, we have an SI testimonials channel. There, or a bunch of channels. Yeah, well, it's a group, and there's a bunch of channels there. You can read up on iBUYPOWER, what actual customers have said about it, and what actual customers have said about Skytech. But they're both good. Different companies. They're sort of different types of customers. Looks fine. Video all good. Awesome. Good. Okay, cool. I'm glad we're not at 0 viewers. Thank you. I appreciate you guys hanging out through this. He knows more than LTT. He does not. Linus has been in this industry a lot longer than I have. Now, I've been in the IT industry for about the same amount of time that he's been making videos. But no, he's been in this industry a lot longer, and he is far more knowledgeable than I am in that regard. Anthony, I am an actual customer of iBUYPOWER, and I can tell you they're the absolute worst. They're below Walmart. That's really weird. That is so weird, because that sort of goes against what a lot of actual customers who have shown pictures and given testimonials about their experiences have said. It goes like exactly opposite of that. That's so weird. How weird is that, guys? Words are funny, though. You can just say them in whatever order you want and just say whatever you want. But I do request that when people say things like that, that they show what they're talking about. And that's what the testimonials are for. If you have something to say along with something showing what the experience was, photos of how it was delivered, if it was delivered poorly, packed poorly, built poorly, anything like that, you can actually put pictures there and show people what you mean instead of just, you know, saying stuff, because people can say whatever they want. Backing it up, though. That's what we need if you want to give actual useful advice to consumers. Okay? Yeah, they're, yes, I am a codified likeness utility. Of course. Jeff, you say it's going well. I'm glad to hear that, because this is a pretty stressful time, isn't it? Okay, let's keep going. See, this is what I was trying. Like, I love talking to you guys. Like, that's more about what the Twitch stream is for, and that's where we're gonna go after this. And I do have to, you know, change my OBS settings to Twitch, but then that's it. I'm gonna keep this angle, all that stuff. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go into what I was talking about, back into what I was talking about. Okay, and I'm gonna kind of restart on some of that. So if you were here for the stream on Thursday, then you know and the video last Monday, you know that I talked about some deals that Skytech had for Cyber Monday, and I said, you know, I wasn't too impressed with them, so, you know, I'm not going to show them here because I'm going to give them some time to come up with more, and then we'll have more on Sunday, more info on Sunday for you for what's coming out Monday. Well, I think they took that to heart, because what they had was this, okay? There we go. What they had was this right here, and it was these 4 systems, okay? You have 3 systems that are all previous gen Intel. We're talking about at least 2 generations back. They make for good budget systems, but like I said, I wasn't impressed. Like, I wasn't like, whoa. I was like, well, that makes sense. A system like that should be for a fairly budget price. A 10105F with a 1650 is a very, very, very entry-level 1080p gaming machine, and it can do it. But if you're looking for like a system, like I want to get my kid their first gaming machine, then you can do this. But there's not a super impressive upgrade path on there. But there is a bit of an upgrade path. 11400 right here, and 11700F, 11th gen Intel. Not notorious for performance per watt and other things that we're really impressed with Alder Lake and Raptor Lake, which was a return to form for them. Oh yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, that's my bad. That's because I had to restart Motion Studio. Okay, guys, I see it. I see it. You can stop saying that in chat now. Give me just a second. There's a desktop, and I gotta get my camera and get that. Oh. Sorry, it's a little bit. There we go. Gotta make sure this doesn't warp the camera here. So just a second. This is why I don't like to restart Motion Studio. It doesn't keep the settings for your cameras and desktop captures, which is a little frustrating, but not the worst. Doesn't take too long to reset everything. There we go. Which is the bottom part? Nope, that's the top part. Okay, there we go. There's my face, there's my screen. Okay, so if you guys remember, when we were in last week's video and in Thursday's stream, I was talking about these deals and how I wasn't too impressed with their Cyber Monday deals. I had them blacked out, but now I'll show them to you, and I'll tell you what I mean. You're looking at $579 for a 10105F and a GTX 1650, very entry-level stuff. And for $580, that's, you know, for a first PC, that's not a bad idea. Then you're getting up to $800 with an 11400 and a 3060. Now the 3060 is nice, and with this you can do more, higher level 1080p gaming and some multitasking with 6 cores instead of 4 on this one. And then the 11700F, and at this point it's like you're looking at 1150 for 11th gen stuff, and I just don't recommend that. The price on the 3060 Ti, with that, it's pretty nice. But remember what we were talking about before that didn't show up. $1,200 for a 7600X and 3060 Ti is what I was told, and then it never changed over in price. But as I mentioned in that video, pricing and availability can change, especially because some of these were speculative last Monday, days before Black Friday came around. So some deals aren't going to go through. Some of them, they're like, well, we wanted this pricing, it's just not going to work. But I let you guys know that through the disclaimer before. Joshua Ramos, it is rad. I like it a lot. It can be a little bit janky, but it's a beta. It's supposed to be. Now, once we start getting up to here, that's when you're starting to see more. Well, I mean, it's 5600X. That's 5000 series Ryzen from a while back, you know, over 2 years ago now. But still a great processor with a 3070 Ti for $1,300. That's pretty dang good. And then you could, if you want to go with like serious gaming, go up to a 5800X 3D for about $350 down the road when they're more available, as long as they continue to produce those. So, plus it's an X570 board instead of a B550 board. A little bit more connectivity there. 16 gigs of RAM all around on all these systems. And the first two have a 500 gig M.2 drive. This one has an SSD rather than M.2 SSD. And then these are all NVMe M.2 drives. But remember, this system is $580. There's going to be a lot of caveats like that, but you can get yourself storage very cheaply to add in there yourself. But then going up to these, you have 500 gig, and in the last two you have 1 terabyte drives with that 5600X system being Gen 4. Okay, that's the deals. I was like, well, they're okay, but nothing blew my mind. And they were like, and I guess Skytech was like, well, I guess we gotta go crazy with this. So here's what I was told. Hang on to your butts. Right here. This system, coming out tomorrow only, has a 7600X and a 4080 for $1999. That is a 7000 series Ryzen processor. The R5. 6 cores, 12 threads. An RTX 4080, which I will remind you starts at $1,200. Thanks, NVIDIA. And then, now there are, of course, going to be some corners that have to be cut to reach an insane price of $1999 for that. Okay? First off is the B650M. Now, the case, they don't cut any corners with the case because it's the Eclipse model system. It's an Eclipse Vantex P500A in white. Like this right here. That is a P500A in white. That case, if you like the system the way it looks, that's what this comes in. And then you have 32 gigs of DDR5 because, of course, it has to be DDR5 for Zen 4. And a 240mm AIO, which gets mounted in the top rather than like, say, with this 13900K that they sent me. This one has a 420 radiator in the front. That's, you know, that's a very different processor from a 7600. And then to top it all off, a 1000 watt power supply. Skytech knows if you're going to cut corners anywhere, it really shouldn't be the power supply. Now, I'm not a fan of a micro ATX motherboard in a full ATX case. You have some unused space there. And the reason it actually bothers me, because if this was an Intel system, well, it's end of life for LGA 1700 anyway after this generation. But one of the entire benefits, one of the main points of getting a Zen 4 system is that you're going to have that motherboard for a while because it's going to be supported for years. You don't have a good excuse to get rid of it. So that's kind of a major downside rather than sort of a, oh, they won't mind. If it's me talking, I do. I would rather they had put another $100 on the price tag and made it a full ATX motherboard, because $2,100 is still amazing for this deal. Amazing. And then you'd have a full fat ATX motherboard, and I don't see why not. Because it's kind of like it's the backbone of the system. If you're going to use this for streaming, and you can, 32 gigs of RAM, 7600X, 6 cores, 12 threads, multitasking, not really much of a problem. Gaming, all over the place. Easy. But depending on which board they use, which they didn't specify, which is fine, there might be a lack of rear I/O on that motherboard. And you just don't have the expansion slots to add one of these guys right here. This adds 5 USB Type-A ports, 2 USB Type-C, and it just takes PCIe X1. A lot of motherboards have that X1 or X4 slot, just the little ones, the little small ones. And you get a ton of connectivity with this. But on that MATX motherboard, not only is, I mean, there might be one slot extra, but we're talking about a 4080. It's going to be gigantic. You're not going to be able to add anything else because that very bottom one is just non-existent on an MATX motherboard. So if that doesn't matter to you, because you're going to be mostly gaming or something, go for it. It's a crazy deal. And yeah, you could swap out your motherboard. You could get yourself an X670E or even a larger B650, and then you're off to the races. But is it as good of a deal if you then have to turn around and spend $250 on a motherboard? And you have then a B650M that you're like, what do I do with this now? I didn't want this. What do I do with it? Also, swapping out your motherboard can be a bit more complex of a task. I know, I've done it plenty of times, so. Prices can dazzle you. Like ridiculously low prices, like this one here. That can dazzle you. I mean, just look at that. Make sure that it's not going to have any deal breakers for you. If you wanted a black PC, this ain't it. It's going to be in a white case. If you wanted something like Intel, that ain't it. Their Intel system with a 13700K and a 4080 is $29.99. Unless they change that. We're going to go take a look. So let's actually take a look here, and we'll change out the CPU type and change it to a 13700K or KF. It's probably KF, but we'll try each one. 13700K. There we go. And there's the Eclipse right there for $30.99. There you have it. $3,099. And there you go. Now, this one you can get the discount on by using code SWARM, SWARM. And that's the benefit of going to any system that's directly on Skytech's website. You can use a coupon code. However, from what I understand, they cut so much of the price out of this system that a coupon code probably is not going to work for it. So that $19.99, that's your price. But still, it's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous price. Like for every other component. I mean, also I don't know if that 1000 watt power supply is PCIe Gen 5 or, the PCIe 5.0 or ATX 3.0 to where it has the native 12V HPWR connector. I don't know. They didn't list that. This was sort of slipped to me like, hey, this is probably what we're going to have. Create now, sleep later. It's a nice price, but it's only cheap because of the board and the lower end CPU. Okay. Really? We could go to a PC part picker and test your theory there, and I'd like to do that. But what about the 1000 watt power supply? What about the Fantex P500A? What about the 32 gigs of DDR5? It's not like they comes with a 500 gig M.2 drive or an SSD as a cost-cutting measure. And the CPU is still a $250 CPU at the current sale price. So I'm not sure what you're getting at. It's $800 covers the entire rest of the system. The entire rest of the system. That normally wouldn't allow you to do something like a 1000 watt power supply, $150 case, 32 gigs of DDR5. They're making that they're going beyond just cheaping out. They're not doing that. The motherboard shouldn't be an MATX. That's my only complaint. That's it. Everything else is awesome. I think the 4080 gets a decent cut by the new year. CES probably, or when they announce their new cards. It takes a lot to get NVIDIA to change a price. But that's pretty dismissive. They're going, like, you do understand, 4080s are not cheap for system integrators, right? Like that's a thing of the past. NVIDIA prices get raised down the supply chain. They're the last stop before you buy it. So it's not like they're, buddy with Jensen and they're like, hey, give us that. He's like, yes, I'll give you a great deal. It'll be $1,200. So, I mean, and I know that stuff isn't necessarily obvious if you haven't been monitoring the system and involved with the system integrator industry like I have now for about a year and a half solid. I've learned a lot since I started doing System Integrators Weekly. So, it's very easy to be cynical. In this case, I'm not exaggerating when I say it's the craziest deal I've seen in a long time because this is a brand new GPU and a brand new platform. They could have gone with a 5800X or something, or a 5600X to keep costs low and just said, they just want the GPU. No, it's a 7600X, so you have a massive upgrade path ahead of you. That's awesome. King Macias 1, that's tech questions in the Discord. The 1000 watt is ATX 3.0. Are you serious? That's even more expensive, Jeff. That is more expensive. I don't know how you guys are doing it. I understand, though, that, of course, the coupon code's not going to work for that because there's really no room for it. But that's my note to you guys. I wish that it had been $100 more with an ATX motherboard, a full ATX motherboard, because that is one of the main reasons you go with socket AM5 is to keep that motherboard for years to come, and it's going to be severely lacking. Do we know which one it is? Can you tell me what motherboard it's going to be? Because that's very specific. B650M. Mustache Man, how you doing? What's going on? I hope you're doing well too. I think I'll try to get that deal. Vice the Prism 2 TKS. 10 keyless Prism 2? Oh, thanks, I guess you're saying, Braythorn? Yep, sure, Clue God, no problem. Okay, guys, I imagine you're seeing how many people are asking me, what should I buy? That's not what this stream is for. I show you the deals, and you need to, like, my goal when I talk about them is to help you make an educated decision. If you're just waiting for your turn to talk to, that's not what this stream is about. And we're going to be here forever, and then I won't get to do the actual stream on Twitch where I'm supposed to do that, so don't forget. I'm streaming on Twitch after this where I can help people one-on-one. If there's too many, of course, it'll move on to the next stream. You'll be on the next one, and I'll help you out there, and so on and so forth. It takes time for me to help people out and get them exactly what they want. But for those of you who are absorbing the things I'm saying and being like, yeah, that applies to me, or no, that doesn't apply to me, you're not going to need me to be like, hey, go buy this. That's not how I like to do it. I like to help you gather the information so you can make an educated decision for yourself. I might not even agree with it, but as long as it helps you be confident about what you're getting, that's all that matters. Asus Prime B650M. Let's take a look. Oops. Let's see what we're dealing with here, because this is going to be your method of communication with every component in your system and out to the internet and out to Twitch if you stream and all of that and to all of your devices. So the motherboard has to be enough for you. So, okay, so it looks like, let's see if we can just get to a, well, we can look at tech specs. So I'm looking for just a straight on view. Here we go. You know, honestly, that's not bad. Is it the Wi-Fi version, by the way? CJ, probably Pacific time, yeah. I don't know. I'm a little confused on what I should buy. I understand that. But you know, that's the thing is I have dozens and dozens of hours of videos explaining. In fact, there's a whole video that I have that explains to you what questions you should ask yourself before you buy a PC. That was like episode 50, I think, of System Integrators Weekly. I just spent 30 minutes trying to explain what every person should be asking themselves to figure out what's right for them. Basically, it's the give a man a fish thing. I'm not just trying to give you a fish. I'm trying to teach you how to fish. You know what I mean? And then you can go out and you can be the person that helps people around you to find the right PC for them. It's much better that way. I would rather you don't need me anymore. I'd rather lose views because you guys are good. You figured out what you need and you figured out how to figure out what you need. That's what I would prefer over just like, we're at what? How many subscribers are we at now? We're going to go back to this in just a second. Give me this. Yeah, we're at 21,987. Y'all, are we going to hit 22K subscribers tonight? That would be sick. 21,987 subscribers. We are 13 away. If you're not subscribed, you can be part of getting us to 22K. But imagine me taking the time to help each person for 30 minutes at 21,987 people. I know that most of the people who are, a lot of the people who are there have already gotten their thing. I understand that. But we're just going to do some rough math, okay? So if it's 21,987 times 0.5, it would take me 10,993 hours to help everybody. I'm already kind of old, guys. I can't afford that much time. So that's the reason I want you guys to be able to absorb what I'm saying and take it upon yourself to say, going by what I know now, I feel confident that, and that's my favorite messages to receive, and I've received a few tonight. Hey, thanks to your videos, I was able to choose my PC. Because if you end up not liking it, then it's a learning thing. And you have, like, usually most of these companies will give you 30-day grace period to return it if you're not satisfied with it for whatever reason. That kind of thing. You might need to pay a little shipping, but it could save you a costly mistake. But that's just how you get used to this kind of thing. It helps you figure out, like, you know what, I didn't need that much storage, or I didn't like that case, or whatever. Oh, Leroy, appreciate that. Yeah, if you don't mind liking the stream, that actually helps get get the stream out. The Discord is a great place to really enjoy it. Rob M, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, Emily Baxter, they generally won't tell you specifically what X670 motherboard they're going to use. That's, if you want something like that, you have to get it configured for you. You have to go to the configurator, the custom builder, the Mark 5, Mark 7, Mark 9, a Mark 940 series. You got to go there if you want to pick your specific motherboard, and that is catering to people that like that. There's a lot of people out there who don't care what motherboard they get. Ignorant Boxing, GPU prices make me sick. I'm sorry to hear you're sick. I hope you feel better soon. Wi-Fi 6. Awesome. Okay. I mean, look. It actually has decent I/O. 8 USB ports with 4 of them being 2.0, which is okay. That's fine. Looks like 2 of them are 5 gigabit per second, and then 2 of them are 10 gigabit per second, plus gigabit Ethernet. That's usually going to be gigabit if it's that color. Don't know why we got a VGA port here. That's classic, I guess you could say. And then your Wi-Fi right there. That's not bad, but remember, that's it. That's kind of going to be it. Now, there are some options. Let me help you out here real quick. All right? Let's take a look and see how many of these we have. We have 1 USB 3.0, not a dual. That's okay. That's okay. Check this out. I'm sorry I wasn't showing my screen when I did that, by the way. I was looking for myself, by the way. Just give me 1 second to show you something. There we go. Sorry, I just needed to grab this. That ain't the one I'm looking for. Okay. I've had to throw a lot of things around today just to get everything ready for tonight. This here wasn't the plan. Got it. There we go. Check this out right here. This, about $9 on Amazon, and this was 2 of them. You wouldn't need 2, but let's see how many USB ports we have on here. Looks like we have 2. So, looking right here, we're going to transition. Looking right here, you'll notice that there are these 2 USB headers, okay? If those are left open, let's see if there's another one anywhere else. No, it's going to be those 2. And that's your front panel audio. Okay, 2 USB headers right here. So check this guy out. This is about $9 on Amazon. It has a 2 of those USB headers right there that connect to your motherboard, okay? And that just goes to a PCIe slot cover in the back with 4 USB 2.0 ports right there, which a lot of devices, a lot of webcams, microphones, headsets, mice, all those things are USB 2.0. So there's that option right there. Something a little bit more flexible is this, where you have the same thing, I want to let you know something. Jeff, I bought these at overnighted them as soon as I knew about this because I wanted to cover this. So I did this for you guys, all right? These are more flexible. They can actually mount to several different points. Some cases have places where you can mount these, or you can just have them hanging loose inside your case or coming outside the back. But it's the same thing, but in two separate headers to 4 separate ports, all right? Because each of those USB headers on the board can handle 2 USB ports. There's other things like this where, like the one I showed you, where it's direct to the PCIe slot, but you're just not going to be able to hit this. I'm pretty sure that 4080 is going to be too large for you to actually fit any kind of card right here. I'm pretty sure you're not going to be able to fit a card there. That's a guess, but honestly, Jeff could tell you better than I could once they start building these. Austin Klink. It's going to be Skytech. Right? Is that a Model O? It is. Oh wait, no, this is a Model D because it's not ambidextrous. Very comfortable though. Now there's some. Actually, got this for my PC because there's some motherboards out there where you have more than one USB 3.0. But say you're not going to ever use your front panel USB ports. You just know you don't like them sticking out of there. You can get something similar for the back of your PC right here where you can hook it up to that USB 3.0 header and have 2 USB 3.0s in the back, or USB 5 gigabit per second. There's all kinds of little cheap devices that work fantastic that can give you better I/O, whether it's the placement of it or adding more. So just don't rule that out. And that's something I need to remind myself of too. With one of these right here, with one of these guys right here, you will have a total of 8 USB 2.0 ports on that system. That's a lot of devices. Not many fast ones, because there's only 4 higher speed USB ports on there, but that's still quite a bit. I also noticed that there is no USB Type-C on the back, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just double check that. Yep, no USB Type-C. However, the case has a USB Type-C port, and the motherboard has a front panel USB Type-C header, so you will have some USB Type-C connectivity if you want to put a hub on there. I think we're done with that. I wanted to address the motherboard. It's not my favorite thing because I don't like there being a lack of expandability through PCIe slots, but you can surmount that if you're just trying to add. The thing is, if you're trying to put an internal capture card, this is not the PC for you. No shot. No shot putting an internal capture card in there. It's just not, there's no place to put it. Slots are blocked by the card. It is a beast. Yep. If you have things like Corsair or Lean controllers in your build, those might already be used. That's correct, but you can also get an expander where you can add more USB headers. NZXT makes one, and that can give you more internal headers for USB. There, really, the sky's the limit. If you actually just sort of don't mind testing things, figuring things out for yourself, a lot of these things are not very expensive, and you can just try it out with your system, but you might feel a little weird about doing that if it's not just plug and play. The Type-C on the case is active. Glad to hear it. It should be because there's a header here. So good, good, good. Could maybe do a PCIe riser out of the bottom port to mount something lower in the case. Wayne Jenis, I would say that would only really be necessary if you just have to have a capture card. If you really need an internal capture card, like I've got the Camlink Pro with the 4 HDMI, like I'm going to be having more and more camera angles as time goes on, so I got that one. I need 4 lanes of PCIe. Like, I got to have that. So, yeah. You still have the Revolt 3 PC. I don't, King Brandon. No, I don't. I mentioned to you guys several times over at the Twitch stream now and then that I gave that to Ari's brother for his birthday. And I was happy to do so. It was perfect for what he's doing. Headers are open. Nothing's plugged into them. There you go, Chaos. There you have it. What's up, Blastin'? How's it going, buddy? Glad to have you, dude. Guys, go. I can't do shout-outs here, but go sub to Blastin's channel. It's about to blow up, seriously. About to start dropping some content. I'm putting pressure on you, son. Putting pressure on you. I love you, buddy. Risen Bull, how's it going? Okay, let's get to this. So that right there, it's apparently at 11 a.m. Is that what you said? 11 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. So for me, 1 p.m. Cyber Monday, it's dropping. Okay, $19.99, and yeah, like I said, the motherboard is what it is. It could be more expensive than what it is, and if that's a big issue for you, then it's not the deal for you. That's okay. But this was one of the sacrifices made in order to make it to where, and it's a 7600X. That doesn't require extreme power delivery. It's very efficient, and it performs really well too. So if you find that you're going to be doing a big upgrade later, you might need to swap out your motherboard. But honestly, for most users, this is going to be fine. So I need to just get over it. It'll be fine. Magd Saleh, what do you think about Paradox Customs? They're awesome. They're really good. They built some really cool stuff. You could do a riser, just get a right angle one. Fair enough. Blasting. Dude, just know that's how it's going to be. I'm always going to push you, buddy. Not that you need it, honestly. You've been fired up lately, bro. Okay, so let's go back to our spreadsheet now. So that one, I'm going to have to... I don't have a link yet. There's no link active yet, and if it was, it would just say out of stock anyway. I wish I had a link to put here, but tomorrow, I'm going to see... You know what, Jeff? If you guys can get me the link before it goes live, so I can have it on the spreadsheet, add it to the description of the video, that'd be helpful. I'll boost it on social, all that stuff. But thank you for being here. Thank you for answering those questions. That's very helpful. What do you think about Build Redux? It is Build Redux. There's not much of a personal experience, personalization. I mean, there's some customization, but it's kind of... It feels like drive-through. It feels like a drive-through, like getting your PC from a drive-through. Everything's very cookie-cutter there. The way you can customize it, they have added a few things, which is nice. But like, you can get it in any case you want, as long as it's the Black Cooler Master TD500. Any color you want, as long as it's black, and also this specific case. Okay, so I don't actually know what's... Okay, let's go to this guy right here, this look right here. And now let's address the Ava Direct Braythorn build. So, you guys know I worked with Ava Direct on a system recently, and then if you were here for the stream, I announced that we had let me get to my actual landing page real quick. Okay, well that's not going to work. Hang on just a second. So they were so enthusiastic about working with me. They made a whole landing page for me so that if we work on any deals together, they can just toss it on here. The problem is you can't really use these links because it's not quite what I spec'd out in two very important ways. And I will show you. I showed on stream and I fixed it, and then I changed the links on the spreadsheet to be correct. But now there's something I want to point out to you guys that might actually also change your mind. So this is $16.69 as it is. And then there's a big discount in the cart. This should carry through to Cyber Monday. It should. I hope it does. If it doesn't, I'm going to email them tomorrow and be like, hey, because look, it says they only have a few hours left. I think the deal should go through to the end of the month, honestly, if you ask me, but that's not up to me, really. So I did want them to have the Wi-Fi motherboard available. You can always just purchase it and leave a note, hey, we want Wi-Fi on the motherboard. But remember something about this system. The whole deal was that I was supposed to have been able to pick every component to the way I would want it built, and then you guys could just scoop it up like that. Unfortunately, that's not quite the case. Like, I would switch this probably to the PNY card just because you would get it faster, but I don't know what the delayed shipping is on that one. But yeah, you can go up to 32 gigs of RAM. I set it to 16 just as a default. The power supply, 850 watts for room to grow later. The cooler is fine for a 12600, but the problem is it's a 12600 KF. I don't like F-SKU processors because you're basically limiting yourself for a matter of 30 or so bucks. And I can show you that here by going with a 12600K. And it's only $34.38, right? We don't need to see that picture. So basically, I have a build where I chose that. The thing is, there's another option here, a little below that, that would cost you, where is it at? $76 additional. And that's a 13600K. You're doubling your efficiency cores on this. Six performance cores, 8 efficiency cores, and it's one of the best CPUs on the market. It's probably the best CPU on the market right now. For price to performance, for the versatility, the gaming performance is, I mean, it's pushing up against 13700K. It beats a 12900K in some gaming benchmarks, if I'm not mistaken. Middle-aged gamer. Tomorrow, I'm not. I don't stream tomorrow, other than, well, there's something with Lasgar Lockman tomorrow, which I'll get into that later. But tomorrow is Tuesday. I should be receiving the PC on Monday, and I'll do the unboxing and testing on Tuesday. What % off can we get on AVA today or tomorrow? I'm not sure what the percentage is, but... Jeff, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it, brother. But yeah, if you guys want to get the 13th gen processor, 13600K, it's an additional $76 and then that's before the discount you get in the cart. That's when you're checking out. It's not here. This isn't the price you would actually pay. You're going to get a discount in the cart. So, but this wasn't the only issue. It wasn't just that. It was also the storage, which it's kind of wasteful the way they have it set up. They have you set up with a 250 gig Samsung 980, which is a PCIe Gen 3 drive. That's a quarter of a terabyte, 250 gig. And then a 1 terabyte Samsung 870 EVO SATA SSD, which is 1/6 of the speed of this thing. And that's most of your storage. I don't like that. SATA storage is, once you've run out of M.2 sockets, then you go SATA. That's it. These days, you don't build with this unless you have to. This should not have been the default, and it kind of spoils the whole thing for me. So what I do is I go in and I remove it, and guess how much it costs? $105 for a terabyte. That is, you can get way faster storage with an M.2 at 1 terabyte, even if it's just Gen 3. It's going to be like 4 or 5 times the speed of this. So we just take that out. That gets $105 back, and you go up here, swap this 250 for a 1 terabyte. The specific drive I requested, and I was quoted when we set this whole thing up, was the NV2 from Kingston, because the price on it is awesome. And the performance, it's a Gen 4 drive. Go to Kingston, right here, choose our capacity, 1 terabyte, and apply the filter, and bam. It's only $27 more to get a Gen 4 NV2 drive. It's $27 more than getting a 250 gig Samsung 980, which is a quarter of that capacity. Can you see why I chose this drive? I was, so I emailed them. I haven't gotten an email back. It was the holiday weekend. So the whole purpose of this was to have it to where people could just click and add to cart if they wanted it and get my kind of configuration. That was the whole point. Something fell apart, something was lost in translation, but now the system is as I would configure it, unless you want to go with 13th gen, and that's an option. But to show you guys what this looks like in the cart, once you've taken out the, you got to click apply discount here, and that system goes down to $1,440. $1,440 with every part selected by me. Now, anyway, this is how I would build it. And it's honestly, like, here's the way AVA Direct sees this, okay? AVA Direct. Now, you remember, this is not a deal as if I was a customer. I'm working with them as, content creator and trying to work something out with them to where we can do things a certain way. It's not always going to work out perfectly, and I understand that. I should have checked it before the Thursday stream because I don't actually know when it went live. I wasn't told. So I should have just been checking every day, I guess. But it's a fantastic deal, and what AVA Direct looks to be is not iBUYPOWER. They're not trying to be iBUYPOWER. They're not trying to be Skytech. They're not trying to be anybody. They're not. What they want to be is they want to be your DIY builder. That's how they see themselves. That's why you can shop their site and pick from 600 different cases. Because they'll just get whatever you want. It's as if they're your buddy doing a DIY build for you. That's what they want to be, but they do it professionally and you get a warranty. You get it from your buddy, that's not going to be the case necessarily. So that's what Ava Direct does. And if that's something that appeals to you, this is going to be the best price you're going to, basically the best spec you're going to get on a $1,500 system from them, or $1,440. And you can see if you add a $70 amount to it, you can get the 13600K, which is a pretty substantial upgrade to this system for the CPU. That I would do only if you plan on doing a lot of streaming or getting into some video editing, because it's quite, the 13600K is quite capable at content creation, photo editing. It can actually do better than, it keeps right up there with the 13700K, photo editing, things like that. It's very, very, very performant. It's a very nice CPU. Now, the percentage you're getting off, I actually don't know what the percentage is. We could do some math and figure it out. You have it right here on your screen. If you want to figure that out, I'll zoom in for you. What matters is it's a couple $100. This is literally over $200 off. So that's pretty nice. And if you go for the white one, you're limited to using a white GPU. You know, they use white coolers, all those things, and the small taxes that you pay, the little extra fee you pay to get the white component of a thing, adds up to where it's, you know, about $150 more for the white system. That narrows after that discount, which is nice. But that's just if you want, because they don't just put a white system and then any GPU in there. That's not really a white aesthetic, is it? They get a white GPU, and you have options of different ones to get. If you guys want something bigger than a 3060 Ti in this system, you can just go to it, customize it, and choose a different GPU. There you go. Do you need a special adapter for the 4090, or do the companies building PC provide it? They have to provide it. Otherwise, your system wouldn't work, right? Like it needs to be working. Should I buy a PC from CyberPower or Paradox? Well, I haven't really mentioned either one of those. Here's the thing, guys. I'm going to look at CyberPower tonight. It's in the title. But one reason I didn't cover them, I put the word out to system integrators. Many of them are following me on Twitter now. I put the word out like, guys, if you want me to talk about your deals, because like there's so many that I talk about now, it would have taken me a very long time to sit through that and find every deal for myself. So I was like, send me what deals you guys are excited about, what deals you're going to have, and I will make the video. I turned that around. And once you didn't send that, I was like, I guess I can look around, but like there's so many. I just don't have the time for doing that. And I did that some during the Thursday stream and found some pretty cool deals, but nothing that really blew my mind like the ones that I've talked about. So some system integrators don't take Black Friday as something that they need to really focus on very much. They work more steady than in fits and starts like that. So like if you look at Alexander PCs, TJ gave his employees Thursday and Friday off. He doesn't do Black Friday deals. He would rather give his employees a holiday off. That's awesome. I can't even, that's great. It's one of the reasons we like TJ. So different system integrators treat it differently. That's very normal. Morgan Nelson, I would rather have a 10900K than an 11900. It actually outperforms it in many benchmarks. So I'm not sure about that advice right there. I would skip both 10th gen and 11th gen and go right to 12th gen. Prices are very good on those right now. I do want to say it's 13% off. That's good. Lord, that's substantial. Is a Hoplite 12th gen and AMD Zen 3 the same thing? No, Remix, they'd probably be named the same thing then. They wouldn't be two different ones. Zen 3 is AMD. 12th gen is 12th gen Intel, so it's going to be a different platform for each one. Once the 13400 comes out, that's going to be a Hoplite 13th gen, and it's going to be insane. It's already very good, though. Do the other Skytech deals come out at midnight? I don't know. But yeah, I do want to warn you guys against taking any advice from people in my chat if they're not techies that we've vetted in the Discord. It's a little, you know, because people, you can just throw out advice, all the advice you want. But until you realize that people work hard to save their money. And it's actually a massive responsibility if people are going to be listening to you as to where to spend that. But some people will just give you answers without really considering that, hey, this person can spend thousands of dollars based on the things that I say. It's a heavy responsibility. And I don't think I've seen anybody recommend an 11900 for a very long time. So Morgan, please make sure you do your research on that. The 10900K is better than the 11900 if you're going to be going with something a couple generations old. Actually beats it in many different benchmarks. So yeah, be careful with that kind of stuff, okay? Because people will spend money based on what you say. Well, I don't know. That's why we vet people in the Discord and we sort of make sure we're all on the same page. Because I don't know. I can't have people who are biased. Like if someone's like, well, I'm AMD all the way. It's got to be AMD or nothing. Why? If it's, unless, like, right now it's great because there's actually reasons to go with either one. If you want to be able to do upgrades and things like that, then you go AMD. If you don't care about that and you want the best thing right now and you're not worried about doing upgrades later, you go 13th gen Intel. If you just have to be at the top of the charts right now, that's great. That both options are literally good. Both options. Every processor in the lineup for both AMD and Intel right now for their new stuff. Every one of those processors is great. The 13900K is a bit too much of a power hog. But other than that, every one of them is great. It just depends on what suits you, what you're going to use it for, all those things. I don't ever just want to give answers out as to what is good or what is the best, because that's different for everyone, depending on many different factors specific to you as an individual. Like, it doesn't matter what I like. It doesn't matter what benchmark charts say. What matters is your budget and your needs, period. Also your preferences. So we can't just throw out information without asking a lot of questions first. Either way, if someone gives you an answer without being like, hey, I need to know a lot more first before I can give you a computer recommendation, ignore it. Because they don't know enough about you to give you a good recommendation. That's why we do the Twitch streams, which I need to get through this so we can get to that. So, one thing I'm going to talk about here really quick. I want to talk about this. Guys, this is really important because I mentioned there were 2 PC giveaways to talk about in this stream. We're going to talk about one right now. But it's a pretty serious topic. Okay? Now this is Steve Kaczynski. And this was posted by Alexander Custom PCs. And Steve is a member of the community over where TJ is at, part of the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu community there, where, you know, TJ and his kids go to practice and everything. And Steve, this big personality, awesome guy, in 2020 was diagnosed with ALS, and it's advancing pretty fast. So Alexander PCs is doing a massive giveaway. When they make a one-of-one PC, they don't go halfway, and I'll show you that in a minute. But part of that, though, is they're doing a GoFundMe to help Steve and his family to sort of reach an equilibrium and a certain, you know, to help him maintain a certain quality of life for him and his family. And because ALS, if you guys know about it, you know how terrible it is, and it can get very bad very quickly. So they put together this system, which is a 13900K. This is just some pictures of them doing some jiu-jitsu. This is a 13900K system and a ROG Strix 4090. Basically, this is the top of the food chain right now. Not only that, it is custom built by Alexander PC, so it's to a very exacting standard with lots of creativity, with Matt the Aussie doing one-of-one artwork of Jinx on the rear panel there, on the side panel there. I mean, this thing, you don't have to donate anything to enter, okay? Check in the description. There's a link to their link tree, and there's this, the first one is for you to donate to the GoFundMe if you have anything. A couple bucks, anything helps, anything. And the thing under that is the Gleam giveaway where you can enter to win this beauty right here, okay? So you can just enter to win, and that, you know, that's fine. Go for it. They're doing this in order to bring attention to the GoFundMe, but you don't have to donate to that. But if you can, it doesn't matter what the amount is. Anything helps. Everything builds up. Every penny counts. So I wanted to take some time to mention this. With the way that TJ and his crew have treated many members of our community, that's really important to me. They treated everyone so well. They care about their community, about their customers. So if TJ cares about something, so should we. And he cares about this family and Steve, who is just a big personality in their community. So if you guys have a second to go check that out, it would mean a lot to me personally to see the community come together for someone who, if you guys have paid attention, if you've been paying attention, when I had the fundraiser for Ukraine, we found out something about TJ. He's pretty bad about figuring out how to be anonymous. He accidentally let slip that he donated $500 just out of his own pocket for that. That's a generous person, and he's done that. He did that the same thing for the Cannonball for the Cure. He did a donation, I think. I should probably turn off my ringtone. Oh, cool. Josh is blasting. Why are you texting me during my stream? Did I do something wrong? Okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I forgot to turn off my ringtone. Okay. I just wanted to share that with you guys. It's really important to me. Though I do scrutinize every system integrator with an unbiased lens, there's not much to find wrong with Alexander PCs for any hybrid, you know, for as a boutique builder. They're way up there. But TJ, aside from that, TJ's a friend. And it does mean a lot to me. Breathorn, thoughts on Redux pre-built PCs? Aligi, if you're the same person who asked before, I did already answer that. What? Is the music too loud? Really? Is it too loud? I should have just not had music, honestly. That's not what I was meaning at all. Sorry for not clarifying, but I was just meaning by gen that I'm surprised there's still 10th gen being used in builds when there's plenty of 12th gen or better. Well, you didn't mention 12th gen. You did literally mention 11th gen, which is... We try not to talk about 11th gen, but... I see. Okay. Well, get the... Yeah, got to be careful about that kind of thing. Picture is sharper now, definite improvement. It's a live stream. The bitrate can change. You know, it's a live stream. That's how that works. And I can always cut parts out later. But I really wanted to mention this. It's really important to me. So if you guys can take just a few minutes, just skip one trip to Starbucks and drop $5. Honestly, they need a win. They need a W. You know what I mean? And I'm going to be going in there and doing some myself. And I would love it if you guys would join me. So we are a swarm. We swarm when it comes to things like this, when we're needed. So I'd love to see that. So let's talk a little more about the giveaway. All you guys got to do, if you go look at the description. Oh, hey, there I am. Okay. If you guys go to the description here, you'll find. Did I move? I can't see my preview here. Was I even showing the screen when do you have the link? Yeah, it's in the description of this stream. Please help Alexander PCs with their great cause and join the League of Legends Gaming PC giveaway while you're at it. It's their link tree, and if you click this, it goes to Alexander PC's link tree, which I actually had up here. And it's right there, the first one. Help Steve and his fight with ALS. Right there, and you can donate. They've already gotten to 3310 out of a $10,000 goal. And if we can get them, give them a little bump during the stream, it would mean the world to me. Please, guys, just do anything you can do. Anything you can do would be appreciated. And if you can't, it's okay. The next one is the League of Legends PC giveaway right here. This is TJ's way of saying thank you to you guys for even considering helping with the cause. And this is not a cheap PC. It's not. 13900K and a 4090. Not any 4090, not just any 4090. The ROG Strix. That's like a $2,000 card. And you can win it. All you got to do is follow these steps right here. It's probably going to have you log into Gleam or make a login for it. Small price to pay, which is a free price, by the way, to get your entries in. So be sure to go do that. Link is in the description of the stream. Blazin' Duke wants some suggestions for how to improve that PC. I mean, a GPU upgrade. There's some deals Actually, we're going to look here. Check this out. This is the another thing that I should have in the description. Let me double check. Did I have it in here? No, I don't. Let me add it into the description here. But this is from Paul's Hardware. This spreadsheet right here. Okay. This is his spreadsheet on more DIY-oriented things. Okay. Make sure I'm on the right camera here. And including, let's actually refresh this, including GPUs that you can find. And it'll let you know when things are out of stock, when they're in stock. Honestly, for a PC like that, if it's really just for gaming, go with something like a 6600 XT. If it's not gone, the 6600, this is 6650 XT right here, Gigabyte Eagle, out of stock. Well, here's a 6650 XT from MSI. And let's click it and see what the deal is. Let me link this here as well. I'm going to put this in, I don't have the chat there. Hold on a second. That should be it. There you go. That's the link for that that one. There you go. ILG, I've already answered that question on Build Redux. Like, yeah, I already answered that question, and I already told you that I already answered that question. So, if you keep spamming that question, I'll go ahead and give you a timeout. But okay. No problem. There it is. Let's throw it in the description of this as well. Let's see here. And there we go. It's in the description now if you missed it in the chat. There you go, guys. All right. Let's go back to our spreadsheet here. Now we're going to take a look at some iBUYPOWER stuff and see if anything's changed there. We're going to go through the some of the different price brackets here. So let's take a look first at, they didn't have anything under 1,000. Okay. So let's start. We're going to go through one by one and see if this guy is available in stock. 1129. This is one of their lowest priced systems. Plus, you can use code RDY to get another $50 off. And yeah, 1129. This is with the 12400F and a 3060. There you go. Let's check this guy right here. 1349 down to 1299. Right? Wait, is that correct? Hold on a second. Yeah, 1299 plus $50 off right there with code RDY100. That's a 5600X and a 3060 Ti. Okay, so that's, you know, about $170 more to get a 5600X and 3060 Ti. That 3060 Ti is going to be better for 1440p gaming if that's the goal. Let's check the Slate Mono 12700F and 3060 system. This is a bit more niche on this system. If you're going to be doing a lot of multitasking, multi-threaded processes, getting into some content creation, things like that, not so much focused on gaming, but it could be. I mean, a 3060 is fine for 1080p gaming all around, but that 12 gigs of VRAM can actually be helpful for some creative applications. 1289 minus $50 with code RDY. Still in stock. It's all there. And what else? This is the configurator. Okay. This one is a configurator coming out for $1389, and you can customize it if you want to. And it looks like $1409 now. You can use code Black Friday, all one word. Or actually, no, it might have changed. It might be like Cyber Monday now, no spaces. I have to check that actually. But it's an interesting build. It's a 12400F, so it seems more gaming oriented, right? Because like you would go like a 12600K if you wanted to have the extra efficiency cores and things like that. But it's 32 gigs of DDR4. Interesting. And a 600 watt power supply powering a 3060 Ti. That's the bare minimum for a 3060 Ti, but you can go in and swap out the power supply. It's just a full configurator, maybe some case limitations, hard to say. But it does look like it is a higher, well, it's not a high airflow case. It's a Slate 6 MR. You can add $12 and get their Slate 6 mesh, or go with the Y60 for $94 additional. It is more expensive, but you get a Gen 4 PCIe riser. But what I would probably suggest is going to be the Be Quiet Pure Base 500DX mesh front panel case in either white or in black. They don't have it in black. They do have it in black. I'm dumb. It's right there. Either one of these. Very nice cases. Very nice. Also, the H7 Flow is even more. You're getting up to the price of that Y60. So, but yeah, you can go in and make all kinds of changes. If you go back and watch my video last Monday, I go into more detail on these, and the deals haven't changed. They're still there. So I have a whole video from last Monday going over all of these. It looks like a lot of these iBUYPOWER deals are still in effect. So I need to link the new spreadsheet actually in that video's description, but you have the link right now. It's in this description. Open up this video, open up this link to get the spreadsheet out. Go watch that video, and I will go through many of these in that video just for you guys. So what I wanted to check on was these guys right here, because these are apparently not valid. These, like you had this system that was a, okay, come on. Can we not, I'm not selecting any of this stuff. What are you doing? Okay, there we go. I want to see what this does. Yeah, they're still not working. So let's ignore those two. What you'll want to do then instead is go to Ready Systems and then look at the systems that are at the top price, basically. I got a lot of browser windows open. Oh, hold on. There we go. That ought to do it. Yeah, that's working. Okay, so we're going to go here. We're going to view more. There we go. It's too zoomed in there. And we're going to go price high to low. There we go. And, yeah, they're not here. They don't have, it looks like, any 40 series systems here at all. So no Ready Systems with 40 series GPUs. They have been very hard to get from many system integrators. And even, yeah, even these guys might be subject to that. If you want a 40 series system, you're going to have to go to Skytech unless you go through the configurator here, but it'll probably tell you there's some kind of delay. So just go off of what I talked about in last week's video, because I went over actually one of these systems and made changes to customize it completely. And there you go. You can still use the coupon code. It should be actually probably Cyber Monday. Let's do this. I'm going to go into this one here. I actually closed oh, here we go. This one here. I'm just going to hit add to cart and see what we get if we try to use the Black Friday code. That might change to Cyber Monday tomorrow. Just try it out. Am I not showing my screen? I'm not showing my screen, am I? Oh boy, so glad I wasn't showing my screen. Okay, look, Black Friday code works. 5% off custom configurators over $1,000. There you go. I can't believe I wasn't showing my screen for like that whole time. Well, I do have some gray in the beard, Sean, so it's okay. If you not see the links he added, you need to refresh the browser. Probably, yep. Can you check on Cyber Monday? Any deal for Skytech pre-built or custom PC, please? Han Kim, yes, there are. You're here pretty late in the live stream. Okay, so you have to understand that we've already gone over most of this stuff, but the VOD will be up, so you can go back and watch. But basically this one, 7600X and a 4080 system with a 1000-watt power supply, 32 gigs DDR5 for $19.99, going live tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific on Skytech's site. Best deal I've seen all Black Friday or Cyber Monday. There's a caveat of it having an MATX motherboard, so it's a little bit limited on expandability, but it's a pretty decent motherboard, and there's things you can do like adding something like this to give yourself more USB ports if you need it, because you can't put a full PCI card in there. There you go. You good now? Awesome. My problem is I can't have a quick preview up. I can only wait for like it to update on the... whatever. This is not my favorite setup, but I do have a couple monitors coming in that I picked up for Black Friday, for like $100 each, that are going to be my new monitor setup for this, so it's going to be much better. Okay. Now, so we know that iBUYPOWER has most of their stuff still available, and the code Black Friday currently works right now. Tomorrow, it may be changing to Cyber Monday. All one word. All you got to do is try that out, but most of the information you'll need is down here. Like for Phoenix PC, the entire site is 5% off with code Brayathorn. This is the same as it was last Monday's video. A lot of those things are going to continue. This is up till until the 28th. So that's tomorrow. So it's Cyber Monday. It ends tomorrow. You can get 5% off any system, and you get a free 1 terabyte M.2 Gen 3 drive as extra storage on any system, meaning you can get their baseline system, which is right here, the Harpy, for $879. Then you get 5% off. Then you get an extra drive. So it comes with 1.5 terabytes of storage. For a budget system, that's very good. Then they build it for you live on stream. They're awesome. They have great deals there. And you can use code Brayathorn to get that discount, which is notated right here. And also down here. So there you go. Ava Direct, Black Friday only. And that's maybe going to be for Cyber Monday too. I'll check with them tomorrow. Make sure that they can keep that discount going. If you want a system customized by me. Not built by me, but I chose the parts. And I put those links in the description. Dang it, didn't notice you were on YouTube early. Dan, do you not follow me on Twitter? Or check announcements in the Discord? What else do I need to do, buddy? What I got to do? You don't have noties on? Ring that bell. Guys, subscribe and ring that bell so you don't miss when I go live. Because I don't know necessarily when I'm going to do this. You might not follow me on Twitter, which you should, but it's just @Brayathorn. You may not be in the Discord, which you should be, because there's an announcement thing there, an announcements channel where I announce things. So make sure you're following that stuff if you don't want to miss when I go live, and things like that. Yeah, it was a typo, brother. I know. I saw that. I saw the other one where you said that AI voice to text is a wild ride, so I was just responding to that. Quoted Tech. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Why didn't you guys respond to me when I put out that tweet saying like, hey, what system integrators have Black Friday deals? Please send them to me, because man, I just, it is so many. I was like, you know what? I'll let them send me their deals and then I'll cover it. I haven't really been able to cover you guys. You didn't send me nothing. I've been looking around, but it's just so much when I'm doing this live, it can be really easy to miss stuff. We are going to, I totally ignored CyberPower PC before because they pretty much ignore me. Thanks, guys. Well, let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. The problem is, for me, that some community members have been reporting some issues with customer service. And that always makes me hesitate. But, you know, this is not helping. Is there really just nothing that says Cyber Monday up here, or did I miss it? They're not even going to, like, acknowledge it. Cyber is in your name, dudes. There's just nothing here. All right, later. Whatever. Oh, well, let's go look at, that's pick a quote of tech then. You guys could have told me sooner. You could have told me that sooner. A little late in the game, but that's all right. This will live on YouTube. Now, Quoted Tech is, if you're in the Great White North up there in Canada, Quoted Tech is your local system integrator. No, there isn't another one, especially not one that charges extra if you want them to build it well. Ugh. Still mad about that. Still salty. Don't know if you guys got to see that little video, Quoted Tech, but I covered another system integrator up there that was doing something pretty sketchy. So yeah, very interesting. Of course, this is a custom system integrator, and let me see if we look at desktops here. There are signature PCs. You can also choose to build it yourself. You know, not choose to build it yourself, but choose to configure it yourself. And looking in here, you'll see what options are there. You're going to want to, you can do a build request. You can just tell them, hey, this amount of money I have. This is what I'm going to do with it. Can you quote me a PC? And they'll quote that tech. That's what they do. If it stays like this, Black Friday and Cyber Monday won't last. They should have held on to 3090 and 4090, etc. for these occasions. Only GPU I saw was 3060, which they already had prior to holidays. Who are you talking about? What place are you talking about? Rosaro 76. Speaking about doom and gloom or something, or what? Did he do Skytech already? Yes. Went over it a couple times now. You can actually rewind in the stream right now if you want, and you can get back to where I talked about that. Okay, so let's see here. I was trying to keep this stream short. It's not working out. But if you go build your own, you'll see that there's a lot of options here, and you can choose to, say, do an Intel build here, continue with US currency, or you can shop in Canadian currency. Well, actually, I think we are shopping in Canadian currency anyway, but it's shopping for a U.S. address. But you can change that to Canada if you're up in Canada, which is understandable. There's not a lot of not a lot of options up there in Canada, and so far out of the two I've seen, there's one good one that is not going to con you out of money, holding a quality build as hostage. So for GPUs, looks like we have as options 4080 and 4090. You want 40 series? It's right here. There you go. I mean, remember, this is in Canadian. This is in Canadian dollars, Canadian rubles, whatever. And so that, of course, is going to look like a lot more money. It's not. And of course, they have up to the 6900 XT. So lots of options there for CPUs. It's going to be up to 13900K. So if you really want to go crazy with it, you can do that and use code Braithorn and then get 5% off. For all my Canadian friends up there, this is the way. Period. You go with Quoted Tech. There is no alternative. I'm telling you, no good alternative anyway. Best way to do it. Oh, Canada. Braithorn, you might have missed it. We're also upping our Braithorn discount to site-wide 5% off for Cyber Monday. Hey, there you go. I think I mentioned that, but it's 5% off. Yeah, use code Braithorn. So you should definitely do that if you're up in Canada or if you just want to get something from them, because you can see some of their builds here. If you go into, let's see, About Us, you can probably see a gallery here, right? Is that where it's going to be? Oh, it's just two handsome dudes. I was looking for handsome PCs, not handsome dudes, but I'll take it. Well, some of their pre-configured builds are here. The Great North, for anyone who wants a white build here, very, very nice. You have black and white builds here in, looks like a 4000D Airflow edition. But also, you can just go completely custom. Or, here's the thing. If you guys are of the mindset, all right, where you're like wanting me to tell you what to buy, there's an answer here. Do the build requests. Get that personal attention, that attention to detail, that personal service where they will help you by asking you questions, because that is the critical thing to helping anybody. What's the first thing that happens when you go to a restaurant and the waiter comes at the table? Like, what can I get for you? What would you like today? All these things start with a question or several, right? You go to a car dealership. It's not like, hey, how much money do you have? Okay, this is the car you can buy with that money. It's like, well, what kind of car do you need? Do you need a minivan? Do you need a roadster? Do you need a moped? What suits you? And it's the same with PCs. You can easily overspend on a PC with zero benefit to you. We don't want that. That would suck. Quototech has a professional pre-build with a 3090 for 5.3K. That might just not have been updated yet. Moving on. I think I made my decision to go with the Blaze 3.0 for 1300 3080 Ti. Okay. Remix, is that on the Skytech website with a 3080 Ti? That doesn't sound right. New to channel, checking out your build on AVA. Thanks. No problem, Stephen Murray. Welcome to the channel. Guys, did we hit 22K? Hold on. I'll check that here in a second. Sales have exploded this Black Friday. Oh, it's crazy. It is crazy. Are we on the right screen? Man, I'm tired of not having my preview up. This is driving me out of my mind. Okay, good. All right. Oh, we did. Awesome, guys. Heck yes. Look at that. Thank y'all so much for that. I really appreciate it. And for all those of you who are dropping likes on the stream, helping get the word out, thank you so much. I do apologize for not having that much more helpful information. Like, we're doing okay with what we're covering, but I could have more, and I feel bad for that. So we're going to try to cover more. But really, it's going to be about time to go over to the regular stream, too. Now, I was looking at Newegg. Oh, okay, cool. Love that. Love that for me. All right. Well. No, I don't want it. What is this doing? Stop it. Ugh. Man, this is driving me crazy. What just happened to my browser window? Did it just shut down? Wait, it's like over here? What the hell? Bro, what happened to my browser? Okay. Helpful, I guess. Dude, I had all these windows open and it's gone. All right, let's see if we can reopen close window. Bam, we're back, son. There you go. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate all you guys who subscribed. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, it's still awesome. Heck yeah, 3080 build for 2K. That's crazy. That's crazy good. Do you mean the 4080 system for 2K? Is that what you meant? The 4080 system for 2K? This one. This is something I want to show you guys that I don't like. I don't like this. Wait, how far into this are we actually? Got to check something. All right, just 1 second. I'm checking something real quick. Okay, we're at... There we go. Got it. Okay. Okay, so this one here, check this out, all right? I want to point this out to you. I just smacked my microphone. I want to point this out to you. If it's actually, I need to check if it's on Skytech's website real quick. Let's see. I'm going to take this off. I don't think they have it listed anymore. They had it though, but I guess it maybe is sold out. Yeah, I don't even see the 13900K anymore. Watch out when you're seeing system integrators systems on sites like Newegg, because they will unabashedly raise the price here, put a line through it, and then put it at like the exact same price you can find it elsewhere. And that's just a load of crap. Because if you look here, because you know how there's like some doubts about buying from Newegg after everything that happened with like their RMA processes and taking advantage of people, you can get the same system from Amazon for that price, for $39.99. Like it's the same system. It's a 13900K and a 4090. So don't let that dazzle you. Don't let that tempt you into buying from Newegg if you're uncomfortable with it, because they were so clearly manipulating RMAs to steal money from customers. Yeah, they're on their best behavior now. But like, to me, doing this right here is complete dishonesty. Complete dishonesty. So like, that's not exactly helping the case over at Newegg. So watch out for stuff like this. Basically, any product that you look at on Newegg's site, just do this, like whatever, get some of that information, right click, and then hit search Google for. And then you can see potentially some competing prices. You could even go to, this will take you right to Skytech as well. But if you can find in particular a model number, instead of just doing that, which is where would the model number, I'm way too zoomed in. What is going on here? If they're not going to list the model number, I'm going to get Engie. All right, cool. Where is it at? Here we go. Find the model number and then search that. Search Google for it. Bam, there you go. And that will take you to, say, if it's on another site like Amazon with that particular model number, it'll take you there and you can compare prices. So just something to consider, before you spend thousands and thousands of dollars on something. So I want to make sure you're not getting taken advantage of there, because that really bugs the hell out of me. Let's see. One more look through here. Let's take another look through here. I honestly, I know that I need to switch over to Twitch and do the stream there where I help people, but there's still almost 200 people here. I would feel weird for leaving that behind. It's kind of crazy. Third-party seller, that's not Skytech. That's very true. Can you review the Yi and Yari X21? I can't really review it. They haven't sent it to me, so I really don't know. The white system from Quota looks really nice. I really like the aesthetic. Yeah, they got aesthetics down, that's for sure. Even on Newegg, just like Amazon, avoid third-party sellers who are not the original company. Well, if someone's looking for a deal, that's probably the last thing on their mind, unfortunately. But yeah, honestly, my thing is just avoid third-party retailers in general, like Amazon and Newegg. But sometimes that's the only way to get the thing that you're looking for, and I've kind of given you guys a pass on that. Like, I guess you can go ahead and get something from there if that's what you're finding. Like, I didn't see the... Clue God, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Just saw that. Congrats. I do appreciate it. Yeah, that plastic money up there is expensive. To be fair, Andrew, we're losing money to give you guys this deal. Quoted systems look pretty good. Yeah, it is about a 40% difference. So, I mean, like, it will change the price. The overall price is going to be different. And that's why I say, like, it just makes a lot of sense because you'd be surprised. I do get a good number of people who come in from, you know, that are living in Canada, who are looking for a system integrator, not just wanting to go to Canada Computers and get the system from there, or don't want to build it themselves. They want the experience like you get here with a system integrator, and not the extreme PC CA experience with the different levels of build quality for different levels of money, which is just... I raged about that on Thursday. I'm not going to do it again. I'm done raging about that. If they want to talk to me, they can remove that from their configurator, and then I'll talk to them. I've already made that clear. Canadian customers have to pay $15% on duties when buying U.S.-based companies. That's a big deal. That is a lot of money. There was something similar to Best Buy, iBUYPOWER. Nope. I'm not going to promote Best Buy. I'm not going to promote a deal at Best Buy. Sorry. Nope. I don't want you guys to have to go to them for support. There is the Peepo. He's there. What's up, Raging Diesel? How you been? Been a minute. I'll say the reason we're doing that is, in our opinion, 7950X and 13900K work best with 420mm coolers, and they don't fit in the cases being offered in the Mark 7 and 9 builders. Huh? What was that? Jose said something? What was that? Skytech drives me crazy. I want a 3080 on a 7950X or 13900. They do not offer that. They don't have to. They don't have to offer that. And you, yeah, so... I will say something that you guys have going on, Skytech, that drives me crazy, is that if I try to do a Mark 7, or was it a Mark 5? I think the Mark 5 has, like, no motherboards. What happened to that? I'm gonna publicly shame you guys about your configurator right now. Yeah, which one was it? Was it the Mark 7? If you try to go next gen with this one, let's see, we have the... Oh, you can't. It's only 12700K. There's no 13700K. Like, the 13700K costs a couple $100 less than the 13900K and pretty much matches it in gaming performance in many games. But yeah, since there's no 13th gen, there's not really an issue with the motherboards there. Everything looks fine. I guess it was the Mark 5, where it's like, oh, this could be a really good deal. There's a 13600K, and then you see the motherboard options, and you're like, oh, okay. Not really customizable, is it? Customizable. It doesn't even want me to start. It's not letting me start. Why is it so slow? I'm kidding. I'm running a ton of... You see how many tabs I have here? Of course it's going to be slow. All right, so you go here, and you're like, whoa, 13600K. That's the best CPU of the year, that Gamers Nexus said, and I can't wait to pair it with my favorite motherboard. Oh, you guys actually did add some. So they're either M-ATX... I do remember seeing this recently. If you want a full ATX one, it's basically the entry-level ASRock one. I'm not a huge fan of this motherboard. I'm just going to be straight up honest. Not a big fan of it. And there could be any number of Z690s here because you guys do carry them. What's going on there? What happened? But y'all have had so much to do. I get it. Like, it's been all these different hardware releases. This is me doing the to be fair portion of this because I understand. There's so many things going on. But there's going to be a lot of people who are near this price point for a custom system. And if they want to do a custom system, get it built live on stream and all that stuff, there should be more options there for that. Because, again, you don't want to do the MATX thing in an ATX case if you don't have to. if there's an option. So if I could go, you go full here, you're going to have a full ATX case and then have some empty space there. So we'll put them back up when we get more in. We don't really want to sell things we don't have. Oh, is that the case? Well, here's the thing. That's why I mentioned earlier. I was like, you know, I went over the Mark 7, and because you like actually, if you go to the Mark 40 series, it's a 13th gen processor with a Z690. So if that's the case, like this one, I know you don't have you probably don't have the 13700K. It makes sense to have the i5 and the i9 and skip that one, I guess. But like any of these boards here will work great for that 13600K. Okay, so I was figuring if they're here, that means you have them. You know what I mean? Just to respond to your note on that, which I appreciate you responding. I'm not really trying to shame you guys. I'm pointing something out that I've run into as a point of frustration here and there when I've been helping someone with a custom build. Remix, if it has good airflow, like a mesh front panel, then you don't have to worry about that. And I don't know what reviews you're talking about. It must not have been mine because every system I've gotten from them has had great airflow. I've done now, well, 3.5 reviews of Skytech systems. This stream is currently being broadcast on a Skytech system. Would you like to see the temps? Let's take a look. This, right now, we're running 3D software, which is Motion Studio. We're running a lot. Where is it? Where are my sensors? Okay, there we go. We're running a lot of stuff right now. Okay, so many tabs, all of the things, and let's see what our temps are like. I'm going to move this away from my face. There we go. So let's see what we're looking at. Okay, voltages look good. Okay, CPU, current temperature, 42 degrees Celsius. Okay, that's a 13900K, the hottest running CPU on the market, period. Okay, for a consumer desktop CPU. All right. Maximum temperature we have reached this entire time it's been monitoring, 58 degrees Celsius, which I generally run hardware. I guess it wasn't running, so maybe that's just now. But still, 56 degrees to 43 degrees Celsius is the swing that I just saw. Let's go to our GPU and take a look there. All the way down here. Max GPU temperature, 37.4 degrees Celsius. And the memory junction temperature, which and the hotspot temperatures here are going to run hotter, but that's normal. They're built to run that way. So looks like everything's good. Quota Tech, you got it. Thanks. Appreciate it. We're running low on the higher end boards, so offering them on the higher end systems. Understood. Okay. How much is this Skytech system you're utilizing? I don't think I can actually configure it for you right now. I'd have to look. And that just depends on whether they have the, yeah, that's a question that would take a while because I'd actually have to sort of recreate it. But that's part of the reason this review is taking longer to come out. But as long as it comes out in Q4, we're fine. But that way I can collate all my information, make sure I have everything 100%. Wait, no, it's not what I want. Okay, there we go. There we go. And the 13900K is back. There we go, baby. You guys do the contact frame now? Why don't you tell me that? Well, you didn't have it at the time. I actually have one of these. I was thinking about putting it on there. I just hadn't done it yet. Because you guys didn't put it on, I wasn't going to do it. And this is the case I've got. Very cool. Very cool. 420 millimeter all-in-one liquid cooler. The white fans that come with it already there. And this very expensive motherboard because we had to swap out the motherboard that was in it. I was having some issues. But that's what they would have done for you. If you had motherboard issues, you send it back. Swap it out for you. Now, if you want to go with an upgrade, you would need to pay for the upgrade. But if you just want to get a replacement of the same one, you would do that. But the initial one they sent actually is not on here anymore because they had issues with it. So, good. I'm glad that's off of there. But I got this guy in here. It's awesome. And the 64 gigs of RAM. You can see where the price is going. It is going up. But it's not anything super crazy. However, we do have to throw 4090 in there. So there you go. And the, whoa, you guys do a 1650 watt now? I just got the 1350. But it was cheaper too. They made it like $299. Let's see, Windows 11, and that's it. That's everything. 4838 before my discount, basically, is what it would be. And it's pretty much a maxed out system, 13900K and 4090 rather. So there you go. Oh, you can't see it? Son of a bee. Okay. I don't have my live preview thing. It's driving me crazy. This is driving me nuts. I can't operate like this, man. Yeah, that MSI board was, yep, PETA. It's been pulled. I'm glad. I'm glad that it was me that was able to work with you guys on that rather than it being all on a customer side of things. But yeah, so 13900K. They do have the contact frame now. If you want to go that route, I can suggest that. Yes. P500A, cooler, the white fans that come with it, and the Maximus Z690 formula board right here, plus the 64 gigs of RAM and 1 terabyte M.2 drive, the SN850X, their newer one, and the 4090 here. And if you could see with a 4080, this is what it would normally cost, which is why it's such a big deal that there's a 4080 system for $1999. As you can see, that's pretty crazy. So there's an option of 1000 watt gold or the 1650 watt, but that's only because I didn't choose a 4090. You go with the 4090, bam, 1650 watt gold, ATX 3.0, so it has a 12VH PWR connector natively. And there you go. It's 4838. Add that to cart. Throw my discount on there, and you can see what the price is. This is pretty much the maxed out system from Skytech as of right now. Okay. Put in promo code SWARM. Apply that, and it takes off a whopping, drum roll please. Yeah, just scroll to the top. I didn't want to see the price. Thank you. 121 bucks off that price. Not too shabby. There you go. What's your opinion on Power GPU, Braithorn? They're great. Boutique builder, personal experience, great social media presence, and they're very responsive, and great streams too. Great company. I covered them in last Monday's video, so if you want to see that. Anytime you guys, for everybody in the chat right now, everybody listen up. If you got zoned out, if you've been zoned out, listen to this. For everybody in the chat, because I've been getting so many questions about what about this system integrator? What about this system integrator? And you're not necessarily telling me to shut up and stop talking about what I'm talking about and talk about what you want to talk about. You're not doing that. I know. But it can come across that way after the 30th time or so that I hear that. And I do need to finish whatever thought process I have or I'll go crazy. So, if you want to know what I think about a system integrator, the simplest thing to do, go to the YouTube search thing, not here, not right now, you're watching the stream. Go to the YouTube search bar, type out my name, which you can see how it's spelled all over the channel. It's B-R-A-E, not E-A, B-R-A-E, Thorn, Brea Thorn, and then type out whatever name of the system integrators you want to see. That's why my videos have the titles of the names of the system integrators in the titles. So it should bring them up like that, and you'll know what I think about them. If I haven't covered them for a while, it's because they haven't done anything interesting or anything new, or they haven't talked to me at all or in a long time, so I don't know what's going on there. So there's not much to report. So you can go back and see what I thought about them a while back then. So for everyone being like, well, what does he think about these guys? Well, what about those guys? Just do that. Search my name plus a system integrator right in the YouTube search. It'll bring you to the last video that I did talking about them, most likely. I have many hours covering system integrators. There's probably not many that I haven't talked about. The promo code is SWARM, S-W-A-R-M. That is the code for Skytech to get that discount. S-W-A-R-M, SWARM. And you can always check in the Discord. There's a channel called Coupon Codes. I wonder what's in there. It's coupon codes, and that has all the most recent coupon codes. There are a few that we still need to put in there. But there are most of them. Most system integrators, if I have a coupon code, it's just going to be Braithorn. So just try that and see if you get any money off. You very well could. I know that we've been going back and forth with iBUYPOWER for the longest time. They're the first guys I ever talked about, and I've toured their place. I've reviewed their systems. We still don't have a coupon code, but we're supposed to deal with that in Q1 of next year because there's too much going on right now. You can also check the testimonials. Though if they're wanting to know what I think of them, that's not really where you would go to do that. You wouldn't go to find that out in testimonials. We'd find out what some of the customers have experienced, which is great. If you're curious about a company, then you should absolutely check the SI testimonials in the Discord, where actual customers who are part of our community, basically an army of secret shoppers is what you guys are. You are an army of secret shoppers. And sloppy system integrators should fear you greatly, because you have the opportunity to secret shop whichever one you're interested in. And if it's a bad experience, oh boy, you're going to report it to a community of thousands of interested parties, of thousands of interested consumers who could potentially be a customer for that system integrator. All you got to do is take some pictures if there's damage, or if it's good. Add some pictures in there. It gives it a lot more legitimacy. Share your experience, your buying experience, your customer service experience, if there's an issue that needs to be fixed, whether they did a good job or a bad job. Remember this. If something's wrong with your PC when a system integrator sends it to you, like if it gets damaged in shipping or a part stops working, that system integrator hasn't necessarily failed you, because they don't manufacture the components. They just put them together. If they don't help you well, if they don't take care of the problem, now they have a chance to fail you. This is their opportunity to be a good company. So there's no part that has electricity running through it that is free from breakage for any given reason at any given time. That's just what it's like to use electronics. But service, customer service, RMAs, those should all be, all of these are professional companies. They should be professionals at taking care of their customers. And if they're not, you get to let the community know. Now, if you just ordered something, that doesn't make a good testimonial. You're just bragging that you ordered something. You want to wait till you get it. And if you want to share that you're excited about that, go to Rigs, go to Tech Discussion. That's where you do those things. Testimonials are for you sharing the actual experience after you've received it and used it. And if there was an issue after you got that issue fixed or didn't get it fixed. That's what SI testimonials are. It's not about just making a purchase and saying, guys, I'm so excited. We are too. We're very excited for you. And we can talk about that in Tech Discussion or Rigs or wherever. General chat, whatever. You can just let us know you're excited. If you want to get into more technical stuff, then yeah, go to Tech Discussion. Anyway, I've been really just replying to chat now. Jeff says we've been around almost 7 years now. Yeah, you guys have been around for a while. Juan says, I am a secret soldier. No, secret shopper. Secret shopper. Infamous Twin, thank you very much. I'm glad you like the videos. Risen Bull, you're absolutely right about that. Yes. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. How long has Skytech been around? I just bought their Blaze 3.0 with the 3080 in it. The Black Friday deal for $1,300. Too good to pass up. Were you the one mentioning that before? Was that on their site, or was it on Amazon or Best Buy? Where was that? Oh yeah, Jimmy and Juan. They're great. Now, I will say this, though, Jeff. I will say that they are great. They are great at what they do. But you guys get a lot of hardware come through there. And the stream is about sort of sharing the building experience with the viewers and the customers, letting them be a part of it. Still got to be careful, though, because they were building on an ASUS ROG Strix Z690E motherboard. And Juan put the M.2 in the M.2 underscore A or 1 socket, the top one. And that basically bifurcates the X16 slot for the GPU. And I think that was a 4080 system. So I was like, hey man, that's the slot. That's the one that you don't want to use. Like you need to use one of the bottom ones. Just letting you know, it's going to make it an X8 for that graphics card. And because it's Gen 5 lanes and all that, and it's not a Gen 5 card, you're getting 8 lanes of PCIe Gen 4 because the card is a Gen 4 card. So those kinds of things should be caught in the lab, to be fair, and they're just there to build and engage with the community. But part of my job is making sure you guys know that stuff, and like that if I see something, I say something. That's what I got to do. However, the build quality, aside from awesome, Loved it. But that is something to watch out for sure. Now, remember, guys, that those builds, though, the ones done live on stream, are only for the custom configurator, okay? Those are only for the Mark system. So if you just get one of the pre-configured systems, like the 1999 one, it's not going to be built on stream for you. You can't request that. They're just cranking them out, getting them done. Their processes for that, awesome. Everything seems good there. And even Steve from Gamers Nexus is like, this, you know, the QC issue they had seemed to be through the custom configurator and the processes following that it doesn't seem to be an issue for the pre-built or pre-configured systems. But, yeah. Definitely not perfect. Consistently learning from mistakes. Appreciate all the feedback you and others have given. It only makes us better. And that right there is why you guys are going to be around for a long time. That attitude right there. Just like, hey, you know what? Thank you for letting me know. That's cool. Thank you. You know, that makes me feel like I have something to give here. Like I can help out here. Like I'm doing something helpful rather than just criticizing. Because I don't want to just criticize. I like the way you guys treat the community. I like what you guys do. And I've enjoyed interacting with everyone I've met from Skytech. Why would I want to be like, well, yeah, but you guys, yeah, that's the wrong M.2 socket. I got you. No, I'm not a turd. I want everybody to do well and be happy, and I want their customers to have good computer. That's what I want. So I'm glad to hear that. Okay, so we've already verified most of the stuff here. This spreadsheet is still go, except for these. I'm just going to go ahead and put these in red and say they were never valid, and I'm gonna let the people over at iBUYPOWER know my wrath. No, they're cool. Also, another company where everyone I've talked to from there, genuinely cool. Like, if you guys haven't seen the tour of iBUYPOWER yet, that tour video, go check that out. It's a long tour because it's a huge building. It's massive. And they're really cool. They're genuinely just like, yeah, man. They're just like, there's so many times where I stopped us to talk, but they love it. It's like a walking interview with them throughout the whole place. You get to see Rob Teller again, which is basically one of my favorite videos ever, is my interview with Rob Teller. And he chimes in here and there. And every time he's just so insightful about the industry. Just really cool video. But yeah, really genuinely cool people. N.A. These just never worked. They just never happened. I'm not showing you the thing, but I am going to show it to you now. We also make sure that if there are issues bend over backwards, make sure that we make it right for the customers. You guys sent me the formula board because I felt that was going to be the most solid option. And the whole point of this build, this one here, was to show everyone the absolute top, the peak of what you guys could make. And you guys were like, yeah, okay. If that's the one you think it'll be best. And I was like, I do. It's just, man, honestly, I'm not feeling too hot about MSI's newer boards, like the Z790 and the X670Es, or X670 in general. Just, I feel like this generation, there's a few little bugs, and they're not too quick to get out a new BIOS update. So, looks like I'm taking off from work tomorrow. Yeah. Almost bought a pre-built tonight, but I can't find any complete package for under $2,000. There's always something shorted on a pre-built. Well, that's because to reach your budget, depending on your requirements, Dominic Borders, if you have certain requirements for your CPU and GPU, and you're not willing to be flexible on your budget, if your budget is a fixed amount, then you will, by fact, have to cut different parts of the system in order to get the certain components you want. Since you didn't say anything else about what a complete system would be anyway, then there's not much more we can say about it, but yeah. I'm actually developing an entire new QC and build checklist system so that we can avoid as many issues as possible. Pepper spray. You are not showing spreadsheet. I got there eventually. Thanks for yelling at me. That, or you need to check on that caps lock key. It might be messed up, but there's probably some good Cyber Monday deals on new keyboards. Anyway. I didn't actually emphasize that right. It's like, you are not showing spreadsheet. That's how that was. Meeting at PAX again. What? Who is? Huh? What? Am I? Will I? Maybe. Sure. Skytech stuff looked nice, but money. Everything that looked nice also but money. But, like, seriously, that's... You can't tell me Skytech is price gouging when they have a freaking Zen 4 and 4080 system for $19.99. No. Don't think so. Oh, let me add that one to this here. I still don't have a link, guys. I'm sorry. This was something that they were putting together to offer you guys. It just wasn't quite ready yet to where they had a page ready. So, this side-scrolling thing is a little bit annoying. Okay, so this is going to be under... Did I already add this? Let's find out. Let's find out together, gang. Okay, here we go. So no link yet. Oops, let's move this. This is actually going to be over here because that has all those specs, right? And I don't have the model name or anything. I'm missing a lot of info on this one, but as soon as I get that link, it will be here, all right? And it was the Eclipse. And it's an R5. So that's a 7600X. Sorry I wasn't showing the spreadsheet. I hope this is very exciting for you. Just adding stuff to the spreadsheet. 4080. And that's also reflected over here. And the price of... For the low, low price of $19.99. There we go. All right. No, I didn't want that. No, stop it. There we go. Link coming soon. Okay. Pepper spray. I just want a 4090. Why? What are you going to do with it? Are you doing 3D workflow? Do you need 24 gigs of VRAM? Do you really? Do you have the appropriate power supply? Yeah. It's a very demanding card, and it will not give you much gain if you don't have an actual reason to use it. For those of you who are not sure, if you're thinking, I like the 4080, but the cost is too high. Well, first off, this is going to be the only system where I can say, like, wow, that's how much a 4080 system should cost, right? Like that. Well, I mean, but that's because NVIDIA overpriced it massively by like $500. The last 80 class card was $700. This one's $1,200. So, either way, with this, you're actually getting appropriate, like, even actually, it's a deal too. It's not just priced right, it's priced well. So, but the thing is, if that runs out, or if you're just not sure about it, like you're not sure about 7000 series Ryzen, you're not sure about that MATX motherboard, because maybe you want to stream and you need to have those PCI slots, whatever the case is, then you can wait for AMD. AMD's RDNA 3 is supposed to be quite robust. It's going to have all the options. There you go. At Brightthorn, ordering a PC from iBUYPOWER, should I ship the graphics card separately? That is not a question for me. That's a question for you. Should you ship the graphics card separately? It's not separate. It's in the same box, but it is packed separately in the box. Are you comfortable installing a graphics card? I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me. It's your preference. It's your system. You should, for safety's sake, yes. But should you? I don't know. Meridan, it was going to be the Asus Prime B650M. Yeah, Asus Prime B650M. I took a look at it earlier. It actually has decent I/O for being an for being a Prime board, MATX board, and with Wi-Fi and everything. It had 4 USB 2.0 ports, 2 5 gigabit USB ports, and 2 10 gigabit, it looks like, plus gigabit Ethernet and Wi-Fi 6. I was suggesting this guy right here to add more USB ports because you have unused USB headers in there. and this little PCI card right here, which you should be able to fit down, just go down, and then you have 4 more USB ports. Matter of fact, hey Jeff, these guys right here, not very expensive. Just saying. Little extra options, little extra I/O, installed by the professionals. Not a bad idea. Actually, the 4090s run pretty cool, other than a 3090 Ti, but that is only because the cooler is massive. Well, yeah, that's the thing. The cooler is massive, which can be limiting. It actually can be a problem for airflow because it's such a massive cooler. Airflow, unless it's very specifically designed, airflow sort of needs openness and space and like areas to run through. And just like in some cases I've seen that have like, you know, the bottom PSU shroud, a 4090 is like, there's like this much space under it. Like I'm okay with the P500A. That's fine. That has at least like what, 2 inches, 2.5 inches of space to let air through. It's cooling fine. I showed you guys the sensor readings. Plus, you guys are running tons of air through there with those 140 millimeter fans. So yeah. Pepper spray. If you see a 4090 rig for $2,100, get it. More power to you, my friend. What? Don't buy that. I mean, sure, but don't expect a whole PC to be attached to that GPU. It could just be the GPU. Where are you seeing that? What was this in response? I would hate to have buyer's remorse and buy a 4080 and wish I bought a 4090. Oh, you're joking. Okay. It was just it was just Clue God joking around, I guess. Wait, was it? Maybe I'm wrong. Darkonin, yes, 4080 rig for $2,000. It is insane. I like that you mentioned them and seemed to know they have good reputation, and that's why I haven't ordered from iBUYPOWER yet. Them? Move your face to the top right, Brody. Okay, home slice. I don't think I need to now. You're looking back through the chat, so that's how that's going to go. That's okay. I'm just trying to catch up on some stuff that I missed. I have thought about offering them. Most people just use hubs, honestly. We've offered things like that in the past, and nobody orders them. Yeah, that figures. It's going to be very niche. It's okay. And if someone finds out that they need them, it's pretty. They're cheap and easy to install. So, where was someone saying that they're going to get a $2,100 system with a 4090? Like, who's spreading misinformation in here? Oh, you're just saying, Pepper Spray, I would spend $100 more for a 4090. Would you? Wow. I mean, yeah. It's still, to me, it's not a gaming GPU. It's a Titan class card. I mean, technically, if you look at it that way, so is the 7900 XTX, because that also has 24 gigs of VRAM. But I guess that's just the reality of things now. Dirk Brower, thoughts on the Skytech Blaze 3.0 with the 3080 deal for $12.99? No one's telling me where that is. Did I miss the answer, the response to that? Is it on Skytech's website or Amazon or Best Buy? Where is that? If someone did respond to that, I must have missed it. Okay, well, I've had the music way down for a while now. I miss the music. And it's going to be inconsistent in the stream, I know, but we're supposed to have moved over to Twitch by now. But this is fun. I like this. I do like the environment here. It is nice. It's on Skytech's site. Black Friday deal. Okay. Yeah, Savage Lenny, it's $14.99 on Skytech's site. They told me $1,200 bucks. I was like, whoa, that's the craziest deal, and it didn't end up materializing. Which maybe it was a typo in the spreadsheet. That's fine. I knew it. I knew it. I was pretty sure. You know, don't know everybody at every company, but I was pretty sure, Jeff. I was pretty sure I knew who you were, and I was like, oh, just thank you for hanging out in the chat. I appreciate it. And also, I think you're the one who did the system that was at TwitchCon. It looks sick, bro. Very nice job. I was like, I know that name. I know that name. Oh, okay, yeah, all right. But I appreciate you hanging out and answering questions. You guys have been great to work with. Okay, let me look at that deal, though. YouTube chat is a lot smarter than Twitch chat, to be honest. I don't know. I think people are trying to push it in either direction. Thank you for all you do. Of course. Hey, look, we're all. It's a tough industry. My industry of you know, tech YouTuber, tech content creator, all that kind of stuff, tech journalism is tough, and y'all's industry, oof, I don't envy you. It's even harder. But you know, we can make it a little easier for each other, you know, and try to work with each other, and it's been fantastic. Fantastic. The entire year has been fantastic. Where is this one? It's going to be, I mean, you know, I'm just going to go to the main page and look at the Black Friday splash page or whatever we got there. Let's see. And then I'll show the screen. Don't worry. I'm paying attention to I'm not used to streaming in this angle, by the way. I'm used to having Motion Studio, which I do have Motion Studio, which is why I can, like, move the camera around, but I'm used to having all my monitors. I don't have that right now. Oh, look at this thing. Hold on. That's kind of cool right there. A mini PC A. Very nice. Mini Nebula. I do like the case for this one. It looks good. There's a Blaze 3.0. Okay, all right. 3700X into 3080. Okay, so to be clear, you're going 2 generations back on that processor. That is 3000 series Ryzen, whereas we've had now 5000 series and 7000 series Ryzen is the current one. And at $1299, you're looking at you have some upgrade path, and that's good. What I think the pro move here, the real pro move, is to take that system, and once you can find, I mean, they're out there. They're a little hard to find. Throw a 5800X 3D in there if you're just gaming. If the gaming is all you do, if that's all you want to do, a 5800X 3D in this system right here with some 3600 megatransfers per second memory, because when it comes to Zen 3, that's the sweet spot, right? So you can get a 1-to-1 synchronization, and yeah, so 3600 memory there, and 5800X 3D would be a freaking fantastic upgrade for this system here for $1,300. Heck yeah, it's a good deal. The 3700X is going to be pretty good for multitasking, and it has some gaming chops as well. But the leap between that and a 5800X 3D is more than your average generational performance leap, for sure. Actually, my IT lead built a TwitchCon system. Okay, I just agreed it looked sick and offered unwanted commentary. Okay, that's fine. Appreciate you being unbiased and fair. It's all we can ask. Absolutely. Absolutely. I've spent a year and a half doing this now, and for some companies, I've been shouting at a brick wall the entire time. That does not include you guys. You guys are not that. So that is much appreciated. Ghost Bravo, there is no 12 gig 4080. That doesn't exist. They unlaunched it. That's not a thing. But they did it. Sorry if you've gone over this, but did you have thoughts on the Skytech Chronos for 2000? I would probably suggest the one with the 4080 instead of the one with the 3080 for $2,000 that I've been talking about pretty much the whole stream. But it's not on the site right now. So that's it. You guys know it's not Cyber Monday yet, right? Like it's literally not Cyber Monday right now. It will be, and there's some deals here already, but there might be some different ones tomorrow. So, yeah, the one I'm talking about is here. It's this one. And it's not up there yet. It's going to be. But it's a 7600X. So it's Zen 4. 4080. That's 4080, 4080. And 32 gigs of DDR5, a 1000 watt power supply, a 1 terabyte M.2 drive, a B650M motherboard. So it's an M8TX motherboard. A little smaller, but you should be fine if gaming is mostly what you're going to do. All for $2,000. That's what I would probably go for. You just have to wait until 11 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow for it to be live on the site. Okay? I hope the AVA Braithorn deal is good for Monday. I may talk myself into doing it. That's if you want a system that I spec'd out myself. Reefer using contact frames and 420mm coolers. In everyday usage, it will be amazing temps. Those contact frames. Very nice. As soon as I finish the review, one's going in this system. I hope you know that. If you guys didn't put it in there, I can't do that. Not till I'm done with the review. The Blaze's motherboard will accept up to Zen Series 5? Darkonin, what are you talking about? Zen 3 is the maximum. Now, if you mean 5000 series Ryzen, that is very different from Zen 5, which doesn't exist yet, but Zen 4 is what the current one is, and it cannot be used in that motherboard on that Blaze system. So be careful about your wording. You have to get technical terms right because it can lead people astray that way. Someone might think, oh, I can put Zen 5 in here. It doesn't exist yet. It's 5000 series Ryzen or Zen 3. That's the maximum it can take. Just to be sure, I'm not getting after you. I'm just making sure that if we're going to be trying to share information, that it's correct information, correct terminology, because that can make a big difference in someone's decision to spend thousands of dollars or not. Okay? Blaze 3.0 versus AMD Zen 3. It's not versus. It's literally what it is. Oh, no. It's not. It's 3000 series Ryzen. But you can upgrade to Zen 3. See, y'all are confusing me now. Now you're confusing me. I'm coming right along with you with the confusion. And I'm just staring at this spreadsheet for no reason. What I'd like to know, you know what, Jeff, do you mean email sometime? I've never talked to you directly. How can that be a thing? I know you got people, though. You got people that you deal with people like me. But I know you're just a nerd like me. We should chat sometime. Because I had something I wanted. Well, I ran it by Fabian already. And maybe James. But I'd like to see what you think, too. I already have my eye on a 5800X for the Blaze 3.0, but I want to see how it performs with the included CPU first. Darkonin, skip that, go for the 5800X 3D if you're just going to game. If gaming is your goal, 5800X 3D, in some ways it's still keeping up with Zen 4 and 13th gen Intel. It is much better performance gaming-wise than the 5800X non-3D. A little hard to find and more expensive, yes, but an extra $100 or so for a system you're going to use for years, not a huge deal, you know? $100 is still a lot of money to me. Don't let me pretend like it's not. No problem, Darkonin. We finally just got them in and using them on 12900Ks, 13700K, and 13900K. Works for me. What time do you live tomorrow? All day, Han Kim. I live all day tomorrow, hopefully. I guess I probably shouldn't speak too soon. I don't go live on... Well, actually, I am going live tomorrow. Guys, I have a special stream tomorrow. It's with Lasgar Lockman. We're not streaming PC build stuff. We are actually building PCs, not real PCs. But we have a challenge. Lasgar Lockman, an Orcish blacksmith, by the way, issued a challenge to build a PC in the Height Y60 in honor of Height getting the Case of the Year. And we have to then... we're each going to build it in PC Building Simulator 2 and then run benchmarks and see who wins. That's tomorrow, probably at, I think, 8 p.m. Central. I think 8 p.m. Central is when it is. I think it's what we agreed on. Just Soap. I'm not really doing individual help right now. Wait for the 7800X 3D. I mean, that would require a different motherboard, Dan. That's kind of what we were talking about. NVIDIA's already seemed to have adjusted the gaming power usage in the 40 series. I hope so. Dan, I think the whole point with that system, I went back to your comment asking Jeff about that. The whole point of that system is that it's pre-configured in order to reach that price point. And that's why I'm not, I know I'm sort of just like shouting to the heavens and I'm like, why MATX? But that's just what it took to get it to that point. There is no other system at that price point that has a 40 series GPU. But Dan, I trust you to swap out a motherboard any day of the week and take that other one and maybe do like a little, I don't know, entertainment center, what is it, a home theater PC with it or something, you know? Be good for that. Now, if PCBS2 allowed you to replace AIO fans with Vardar fans, yeah. Prepare for rage if you come to that stream tomorrow. It's going to be on Twitch, not here. Be prepared for lots of rage. Is the 5700X good, Machka? Yes. It's pretty much everything that 5800X is for a little bit less money. Almost everything that 5800X is for a little bit less money. The 5800X 3D is for a gaming system that you want for peak performance. And that one with the 3080 would be good for that. Turbo Addiction for $639. It really comes down to how the 7900X, TX, and XT are going to do, because when you think about it, well, no, that's like $260 more. The 6900 XT is a very, very good card. So, that's a tough one. $48 package does sound good. I think I'm building up courage to buy my own. AMD seems like the way for me. $3,000 is my budget. Plus, I'm in no rush. Hey, there you go. I mean, heck, Jordan, if $3,000 is your budget, you can go with the 13700K 4080 system. Let's look at that one real quick. If it's still here. It should still be here. Went for a 3080 because I feel like they'd be super hard to find in a year or so. Well, they're easy to find right now if you don't mind buying used, but don't buy used if you're new to PCs, because you need to have some good troubleshooting methodology if you're going to risk used hardware, especially after a crypto crash, when a lot of that used hardware has been run ragged. What was I going to do? I was going to go here, look for the 13700K. If your budget's $3,000, 13700K 4080 with a Z690 motherboard with DDR5, so it's not MATX, a Gen 4 M.2 drive, 1000 watt 80 plus gold power supply, probably still ATX 3.0 or PCIe Gen 5, meaning it has the 12 plus 4 pin connector, the 12VH PWR connector, and 32 gigs DDR5 RGB, Windows 11, AC Wi-Fi, interesting. We don't know what the motherboard is because it'll vary. Because this is not a customized system. You can customize a system if you want a specific motherboard or a specific this or specific that. That's not what these are for. These are to get you the best value possible. This comes with that 420 millimeter AIO because of that 13700K. And going back to the comment that you made, Jeff, you said that, yes, you do use it for the 13700K. So that's going to have the contact plate to help get the best contact possible for your cooler on that 13700K. So there's this one here. Plus, this is before my discount. It is $3,099, but we've got a code, don't we? Now, remember this, guys. If you go for that $2,000 deal, the code's not going to work for that. And yeah, so that's not like part of Operation Code Braithorn. Doesn't apply to that. It's already too discounted. Cannot You guys remember Super Troopers? We're already pulled over. We can't pull over any further. There you go. What am I doing? Let's see. Let's remove this guy right here. Bam, you're out. And it's $3,100 normally, and then with my discount, it becomes, there you go, $93 off. So it's only $6 above budget. 13700K, 4080. Now, if you want that upgradability of socket AM5, then yes, that is up your alley. There you go. I have a 13700K and a 3070. What size UPS would you recommend? What's the wattage of your power supply? That's what you use. I mean, first off, that's valid if you have a good power supply, if you built well and you have a power supply that has a little extra headroom and all that. You base it off your power supply, how many monitors you're running. It's not about your CPU and GPU. Halo to Trigate. You're talking about putting an AMD Ryzen CPU on an Intel motherboard? That doesn't work. Boss Blondie, what's up? Code Swarm still good for tomorrow on Skytech. It is, except for that $2,000 system with the 7600X and the 4080. That one's already too heavily discounted, so the additional discount doesn't work. Littering and Ameridan, I see you. I probably won't go for the 40 series until they're on clearance. What? When are they going to put those on clearance? They just came out. Are there any 3080s on clearance? Those came out 2 years ago. What are you talking about? GPUs don't usually go on clearance. It's not, you know, Ross Dress for Less, the GPU clearance rack. They're always going to be in high demand, pretty much. Use your discount code today on it. Came in clutch. Reef, that's awesome. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm sorry. That just tickled me a bit. Dropped you an email. Awesome. Cool. You see, I've heard whispers of like the head nerd over there, and it's like they don't call you that. My slogan is "Let's go nerds." It's hardly a bad thing to call anyone. It's complimentary, and it's just like a, you know, I was like, I don't chat with that guy sometime. Denver, how are you doing? Are you the entire state of Denver? That's amazing. Even the 1030 didn't get discounted much. Yeah, GPUs. They're now don't get me wrong. There was a GPU market crash this year. Don't get used to that. That was very unusual. It was a bubble that burst. Okay, that's how that goes sometimes. Don't get used to that. GPUs don't really go on clearance. That's just not a thing that usually you can expect, especially with the latest and greatest. You have a recommendation on an AIO for the 7700X I'm building in the height Y60. Are you going with... Oh, Denver isn't a state. I meant city, Dan. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Denver, the city. The entire city of Denver is what I meant to say. All right? In fact, it makes it even more amazing because they're somehow a state when they're not. That's even more amazing, okay? All right. By clearance, I mean when they're not in high demand anymore. You like to throw words around. Clearance is a whole other concept. When there's a good supply, basically. I get you. I get you. I prefer geek personally. That's fine. I get you. Hello. Bye. Okay, so so for the height Y60, if you're using a hybrid GPU, then you basically go the opposite of whatever that is. Say it's a hybrid GPU with a radiator, if it's 240, that goes on the side as intake, and then you have 360 on the top. But 7700X, you could probably go with a 240 or 280 millimeter AIO and be okay, or just go with the 360 millimeter AIO. Just understand, if you're going to put that in the top, that radiator bracket cannot take a radiator thicker than 30 millimeters. So you need to check the dimensions of whatever AIO you're looking at. So you can't go with the Arctic one, the liquid freezer. I think that one is over 30 millimeters. The EK one I think is bigger than that as well. I'm throwing it out there. But like a Corsair one should be the right thickness. This isn't really Jeff and Chad. This is Jeff's people typing for Jeff. How would you describe the emojis? I'd like to know how that works. Thank you for correcting me, guys. I correct y'all so much. I guess I had that coming. I did. I get a little, I get a little mistakey sometimes. I make a little mistake now and then. I'm live in front of 180 people. Sorry. Give it a try sometime. It's a lot of fun. I haven't been doing anything useful. All I've been doing is just chat. I love chatting with you guys, but like, I probably should do something useful. I'm going to have to cut out a lot of this stuff, unfortunately, when I do the final cut on this. But nobody's going to watch this after the fact. It's too long. Okay. I meant for this to be an hour stream. A 1 hour stream. Able Inga. There's no 3050 Ti that's a GPU that you can put in a PC. That's a laptop GPU. Just showing I'm paying attention. Brah. Please don't call me that. Bray works fine, though. Look on the list, but I'm not sure which one you're referring to. What do you mean? It's not on the list. This one's not on the list. This one is technically not really a Black Friday discount or Cyber Monday discounted system. So that's something to consider. But it's within budget, and it has the 13700K and the 4080. It's not on the list. It's just, if you just go to Skytech's Prebuilts and click on 13700K under the CPUs, it'll come right up. It's right there. Okay, so here's what we got to do now. Either I need to start doing useful stuff here, which talking to you guys is useful, obviously, and I love it. Or I need to end the stream and move over to Twitch. But I don't think I'm going to stream on Twitch tonight. I just don't think I'm going to do it. I wonder if anyone's hanging out in that chat room like where he said he'd be here after an hour. Yeah, just click 13700K and it's the only system that pops up. Easy. If you were talking about the Y60, it tells you right on the page its specs. Oh, it says 179 on my dashboard thing. So either way, all good. And Gilligan only meant for it to be a 3-hour tour. Dan, you're always coming up with the references. I appreciate that about you. All the deals going on, but no one can't get a 4090. What a waste. Topperzo. First off, Skytech has 40. It's on their site. It's like right there. But how much do you think people, like companies, need to sell a 4090? Like they're having problems with it. Like, does it need to go on sale? The kind of person who actually needs a 4090 is willing to pay full price for it usually. It's not like a gaming GPU. I know I'm wasting my breath. I know it has the biggest number, so everyone wants it because they think they need it. And I know the performance leap from the performance boost from the 3090 to the 4090, and the fact that it's only $100 more compared to the amount of performance boost that you get is actually pretty reasonable. Unlike the 4080 in its regular price. But the thing is, it's like a 99% chance that you, who I'm talking to right now, don't need a 4090 at all. It's just that they released it first. Of course they released it first. So people hungry for the newest thing would buy something they don't need above the spec that they need. You don't need it. If you want 24 gigs of VRAM, wait till the 13th of December and get the 7900X 3D. The 4090 is a monster that takes a much beefier PC to run it. You have to have a better power supply. You have to have a fast CPU, a good amount of fast RAM, so that you don't bottleneck this insane GPU. Like, how is it a waste that the most like desired product isn't on sale? Of course it's not going to go on sale. They don't need any help selling 4090s. Nobody does. Like, that's how Black Friday sales work. Is because, let me tell you something. It's frustrating for me knowing that there's some reporting out there saying that the 4080 sales are a flop because they're not sold out. How sad is that? How sad is that our definition of a successful product is that we can't get it? That just shows you the actual trauma that we went through trying to get GPUs for the last couple of years. Our definition of success, we can't buy them. They've sold quite a few, but there are still some remaining. Like, go to Micro Center in Tustin, they'll have 4080s there. But the main reason, of course, is that the price is too high for the generational uplift in performance. But if you can get a deal on it, like you're getting here, it's a product that's more difficult to sell. So yes, it makes sense for it to be a Black Friday or Cyber Monday product. The 4090, not difficult to sell. They sold 120,000 of them at launch. Do you think they need to be on a Cyber Monday sale? No, they don't. They don't. If you have it, you will sell it. That's just... It's surprising. And it's tough that NVIDIA's getting validation for their crazy pricing, but it's true. But then they got less validation with the 4080. It's not a flop, but it's not a complete blowout sale, sellout. All of them are gone. So, people are calling it a flop, and that bugs me on a fundamental level. I think I need it, but I don't. Exactly. I returned my MG1 Shroud order the other day after finding Braithorn and discovered Skytech's Horizon 4080 rig. There you go. So happy I found you. Thank you so much for saving me money. Yeah, I wasn't very impressed with the MG1, and that's not me being content creator with the hot takes. They're literally underpowering them. Again. Like, at a certain point, I go to LinkedIn, right? And I follow the founder or the CEO of Main Gear, and he seems like a very confident dude. Like, he knows what he's talking about, and I respect him, you know? His engineers are doing him dirty, man. By telling him, like, oh, we could just put a 500-watt power supply on that 3070 system. No problem. It runs. Of course it runs. And maybe even under load. But that's not meeting the minimum recommendation from the manufacturer of that GPU. At the very least, your job as a system integrator is to meet minimum recommendations for the hardware you're slinging. I don't care if it runs at a lower power. Who cares? That's not for you to decide. You're not smarter than the person who built and designed the silicon and the power delivery for that silicon. It's that bugs me, man. So, and they're continuing it right into the MG1. And I'm like, Shroud, run, dude. It's not, and I know that the systems will run okay. They will. At least they have actual actual slots in there to bring in some air instead of a solid front panel. But still, it's probably not that bad if they're doing like a 600-watt power supply on a 3070 or 3070 Ti. It'll probably run most of the time. But like if you're 150 watts or 100 watts or even 50 watts under the minimum recommendation and you're putting in something like a 13600K or 13700K or something that can turbo clock till the cows come home, you're not going to have the overhead you need for even small transient power spikes over 10 milliseconds long. And if they're testing it just with regular bench software and not measuring a very granular measurement of time like you can with an oscilloscope, you're not going to catch those transient power spikes. Where is their reporting showing, oh, this is actually fine, and here's why? Nowhere. There you go, guys. Get your Braithorn bingo cards. I ranted about power supplies again. There's honestly no reason to put the 4090 on sale. You are right about that. Yeah, no, it's just... And I'm not trying to come off as cynical about it. It's just a realistic view of the market. That's what I try to do. I saw a video that said 1080 gaming is dead. Yeah, right. It's not. It isn't. It isn't, especially competitively. So time to get the Azure for $1,000. Hey, brother, love your content. Thank you, Shaggy4684. Appreciate that. I guess you need a 4090 if you don't want to upgrade for 10 years. But what about quantum computing? What about that? We could be 2 years away from quantum computing. We don't know. That's why there's no such thing as a future-proof PC, because the future is going to be futuristic. I don't know. I just got an HP Omen 40L for less than $1,200. i7 and 3070. i7 doesn't mean anything unless you tell me what generation it is. If that's an 11700K, then looking at the Centurion and the Fantex G360A. You can request a specific case if you buy from Alexander PCs. They'll build whatever the hell you want. Like, my thing, here's a funny thing. Whenever and I don't know if this is weird, I've met some incredibly cool people doing this job. Like, 13-year-old me would never believe that I was emailing back and forth buddy-buddy with Kelt Reeves. All right? Like, the dude, he was, you know, making stuff that I was drooling over when I was 13 years old. I said this a couple times in stream before, but, like, other teenagers might have a picture of a Lambo on their wall, Lamborghini, Countach, whatever. I had the Mark V. All right? Like, I wanted it. Never got it. There's a Talon system coming in tomorrow. And I can't handle it. I can't handle that. It's a decades-long dream to have a... And I got to fight that, right? I have to fight that feeling because I have to be unbiased. And I will be. I actually already see a couple things that I'm not... Maybe I'm going to have to talk about the system. But, like... It's just like 13-year-old me. It's just like... You know? I hope you understood that. But whenever I meet these cool people in the industry that I just jam with, like, we're just a couple of geeks, and I just just PC nerds, and I just want everyone to be friends. It's like, I know you're competitors, you're also contemporaries in the field. Like, you go through the same crap as other people at system integrators do because it's a difficult industry. And I say that as someone from the outside. But I would just want to, like, I'm like, oh, no. You'd get along so well with TJ. And, like, you need to... It's just that kind of thing. It's funny. Hey, man, I was going to ask give your thoughts on Pay's 1900 for this pre-built Skytech Gaming Prism 2 Gaming PC R7 5800X, 16 gigs memory, 3080. Do you think it's worth it or no? Scrixim? I don't know what you're doing with your PC, so I can't tell you whether that's good for you or not. But wait till tomorrow, add $100 to that, and you can get a 4080 system. Okay, that's all I'll say. They will sell out at some point, by the way. They will sell out. So not everyone's going to get that, and there are other good deals. Don't let me sell you on just one PC. It's just that's the opportunity to get a 4080 system. Let me see. It is that price. Actually, Colton... Use code SWARM, SWARM, and you can get it for a little bit less. I hope you guys are using that coupon code because it's just further savings. It's just SWARM, SWARM. If you forgot to use it or you didn't know about it, you can email them and say, I forgot to use my coupon code for the SWARM, for Braythorn's community. It's just SW... I am not on the thing. I can't type. SW... It's not letting me... Oh, I'm on the wrong... It's because it's my laptop. I have it over here too. Sorry guys, I'm just in the yammering part of the stream now. I think that I've, like, I don't know. I can't keep streaming. I'm gonna have to edit this down. It's gonna be a nightmare. Where the heck is my stream at? Oh, that's not the one I'm looking for. Wait, here we go. That's the code, guys. Nice, there you go. Rick Graham, hey, I just ordered from Alexander PCs. Awesome. Thank you for saving me $50. And how do you like the Legionnaire? I haven't reviewed the Legionnaire. I kind of skipped over that. Went from the Hoplite to the Centurion. Both awesome. Alexander PCs is one of those companies that any DIY enthusiast can appreciate. Because that's just what they are over there. And I'm not talking about just like the builders. I mean, everyone in that building is very into what they do. Shaggy 4684. 12700K. Shaggy, my problem with the HP Omen systems is that they will do limitations on RAM overclocking and different things in the BIOS, and they use proprietary stuff in that regard, and I'm not a fan of that. So, yeah, the CPU is great and all, and the GPU sounds good too, But if you ever try to go and get better speeds out of your RAM, you're going to find that you probably are not able to do that. So that could be a bottleneck for you. Remember, there are more components to a PC than just a CPU and GPU. But some computer companies would like you to forget that little fact, because that's where they cut corners. Heroes will always let you down eventually. I don't even agree with GN suggesting B660 boards for 13600K or Montech cases with Molex power fans. Yep, there it is. I was waiting for someone to say it, but Montech cases are nice. Fans are easy to swap out and inexpensive. I don't like the e-waste of Molex fans. They are e-waste. Any non-PWM fan at this point shouldn't really be considered, I think. But other than that, there are some that have PWM fans included, and they're doing some really nice things. Yep. Yeah, the Air 1000 Premium. Oh, yeah, that's a beautiful case. What's the price of the 4080 system? $2,000. $19.99. See, this is why I want to have it. Like, remember, guys, the whole spreadsheet is in the description. I'm actually going to go into that one, and I'm going to put it in bold on the spreadsheet so that you guys can check it out. And don't forget the Paul's Hardware spreadsheet if you're looking for parts, like for upgrades. Yeah, he put a lot of work into that. Okay, let's get this whole row here, and bam. Okay, the one that's in bold here, as you'll see, the one that's bold here is that Skytech Eclipse, and I put R5 40 series, so it's Ryzen 5 7600X in the 40 series card, but then you see them right there. And then that's the price, and there won't be an additional percentage off, even if you put in Swarm. I'm pretty sure it won't work. I mean, you try if you want, but I'm pretty sure it won't work. That is already heavily discounted, my friends. And then all the specs here that are pertinent right there. There you go. Darkonian, you're welcome. Jeff Duveau, I'd rather spend a few bucks more for a better case to begin with better fans. You can. But in the budget space, Montech is making moves, and their quality is quite nice. For the price range, you have to give it a relative... You have to look at things objectively and relatively, right? Like objectively, I'd rather have a really expensive case with really amazing fans. Objectively, everybody should be building in the Fractal Torrent, right? Because it's just pure airflow. But not everybody likes that case, right? And also, it's more expensive by like a lot. Plus, you're limited on liquid cooling. If you want to do liquid cooling, you have to remove the very fans that make that case special. Or you put the radiator on the bottom, and you get air bubbles in your pump and on the cold plate. Bad situation. So you have to remove those 180 millimeter fans that make it special in the first place to put a radiator in there. So, objectively, everyone should just build in one case and call it a day. Objectively, everybody should drive minivans because they're more convenient. It comes down to what people want and what they can afford. And Montech is making it more affordable for people to get nice-looking cases that have fans already, and they can be upgraded later. I think they're doing a good thing. What's a separate Skytech gaming drop? I'm just going to get asked all night, aren't I? It's on the screen. It's bold. It's right there. It's that bold one right here. It's right there. It's two grand with a 4080 and a 7600X. There you go. You could get a 180 by 2 360 millimeter rad and do a custom loop. Is that common? It's not common. That would be so expensive. Is air cooling enough for a 3060 Ti and a 13600F? Yes. When is that link going to be dropped? He's been saying it all night. It's 11 a.m. Pacific time. In fact, here. And maybe you guys could give me that link a little early so I could have it on here. Even if it goes nowhere. I don't know, man. I'll be up. I'll be here. I'll change it. I'll change it out. Last from Motorsport Sim Racing. How's it going? Welcome. I decided to buy the Mark 7 on Skytech with 3060 and a 5800X. Did you already purchase that? Did you already do that? Here's my thing. I've been telling everybody, like, guys, hold off on buying anything until actual Cyber Monday. It's not Cyber Monday yet. Don't buy anything. Why are you guys buying stuff? We're talking about deals for tomorrow. I mean, there's deals right now, yes. But there could be more tomorrow. We have no idea. We don't know. You guys, just a little chill pill. Like take a little breather. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I wouldn't do that for that system. I mean, if you want a 3060 Ti, wait, what was it? What was the system? You're probably better off. Is it Lizski? The system that I have with Ava Direct is actually really good too. I spec'd out every component here, and you can get it in white for $1592 with a 3060 Ti and a 12600K, which is going to outperform that 5800X for most gaming. I don't think you said what your system was for, so nobody can give you any actual advice on what you should buy. And then the system in black is actually $1440, even cheaper. All you got to do is click the link in the description. There was one in black and one in white, and hit apply discount. That's if you want a system custom built for you. If you want something that's already pre-built and your budget is around $2,000, then you can get the one that I have in the spreadsheet here when it launches at 11 a.m. tomorrow. $2,000 for 7600X, which is going to outperform the 5800X in almost all applications. It has fewer cores, but the 6 cores are way faster. So, and that's not entirely an accurate description of it. I mean, you can watch Gamers Nexus the video on the 7600X if you want a full breakdown. But their video is based on old pricing, whereas they have lower pricing now for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. 4080 is the GPU. 4080 instead of a 3060 Ti. It's kind of a way better deal. But this deal is just for tomorrow, and they will sell out, so you might not be able to get it anyway. So, lots of options, guys. What are your current top 3 ranking for build quality from integrators? Let's see. What are the most expensive ones? Because that's usually where you get the higher build quality. I don't know. That's like asking me what my favorite anime is. No. Yeah, I waited, and they sold out. Ryano, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Black Friday? Well, guess what? That means you didn't miss out on this deal. Just set your alarm. Are you going to go live Cyber Monday? No, this is for Cyber Monday. This is talking about deals that are going to be coming on Cyber Monday. You really don't need me to be live while it's happening, watching things go out of stock and stuff like that. You don't need me to do that. I'm tired. I covered Black Friday the day before, which is the smarter thing to do in my opinion, and I covered Cyber Monday the day before. You're good. You have plenty of content to go back on. You can go look at my Black Friday video last Monday because a lot of the deals are the same, except we added this one. So, plenty of info for you. It says link to spreadsheet. What says that? What do you mean, Risen Bull? Okay, if you guys are just going to ask me about specific things for yourselves without giving me enough information to give that advice anyway, that's for the Twitch streams, which I guess the next one of those is going to be on Thursday because we're probably going to have the Falcon Northwest unboxing and live testing on Tuesday. I need to change my whole setup. Well, I guess it's going to be something like this, but I need to get my top-down camera, the new setup done for that. Gesaga 1N. You should never ask someone to recommend a build for you based on frames per second. The reason for that is you can spoil frames per second so fast that you're going to feel like somebody lied to you. Frames per second is a number that can change based on how many apps you're running, based on the settings of the game that you're running. Like if you change it to ultra settings, you're going to lose frames. It'll look prettier, but it won't run as smoothly. Frames per second are the last metric you should think about. You should think about just building a balanced system overall and what's good for the use case that you have. If you're just gaming, a just gaming system. If you're gaming and streaming, what do I need for gaming and streaming? Laster Motorsports. Those don't exist yet. They're coming out Q1 2023 as far as I know. Thank you, Walter. Appreciate that. That's Bray Jr. I'll never afford Falcon Northwest. Holy smokes. That's the thing, and that's understood. I understand that. Nobody needs a PC case that has 4mm thick aluminum panels on the sides and top. Nobody needs that. Falcon Northwest is not about need. Falcon Northwest is it's like the end game, right? That's like it's a very high level PC. The stream on Tuesday is going to be us sort of exploring it, appreciating it, sort of experiencing it, with the understanding that a small portion of the community can afford it and the rest cannot probably. But Falcon Northwest has been around for over 30 years. They're not going anywhere, or about 30 years, I should say. They're not going anywhere. So you keep building up with your career, do whatever you're doing, save up money, and yes, you could get Falcon Northwest eventually. It's just money. It's money. That's how money works. Of course, you know, if we reach the inevitable heat death of the universe a little too soon, then maybe not. But I think that's the main variable. Most of us don't need a 4080 for reals. True. Oh, yeah, the link is in the description. Spreadsheet link is in the description. There's my spreadsheet, and then there's Paul's Hardware's one. That one is for parts, for DIY projects, things like that. Monitors, keyboards, mice, all in there. The stuff I don't cover. So you will put a link at 11. They're going to have the link then. I don't have it yet, and I'm going to add it then, yes. But basically, you can also just go to their site and, you know, go to their pre-builts. It might be on the main link in the, that's iBUYPOWER, excuse me. Basically, you can if you go to just click on Prebuilt Gaming PCs, and then you select the CPU, which is a 7600X, it'll just pop up. But if you look at the main page, there should be a splash screen for Black Friday, Cyber Monday. It should be there, I imagine. I'm not the one to ask. I don't know. Thanks a lot, Braythorn. Appreciate what you're doing. No problem. Before you called it a night, Braythorn, is it worth canceling my 13700K 4080 Skytech Horizon order from yesterday to try and buy the Skytech? If you want. I mean, unless the Intel system's better for you and you can afford it. Just because something is a really good deal doesn't mean it's right for you. I started the stream saying that, and I stand by that. If the right system for you costs you more, but you can afford that, then get the right system for you. So there we go. This is probably going to be where it lives. It'll be a Cyber Monday thing instead of Black Friday. And around 11 a.m., you should be able to click that, click Shop Now, and it should pop up there. Or check this. I'll try to have it. You don't understand. Like, if this thing sells out really fast, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm going to put it in the spreadsheet as soon as I can. Just check it out at 11 a.m. Pacific time. For me, that's 1 p.m. Central time. Just check that out, and I should have the link in there. I'm going to update it as soon as I can. But Halo 2 Trigate, I don't know if that system is better for you. One thing about it is, if you're going to be streaming, I feel like there are some limitations to the MATX motherboard. That's been a pet peeve of mine, and every time I run into a full-size case and a not full-size motherboard, I have to point it out. I let Fabian know earlier on. I was like, dude, I didn't notice that off the bat when you first showed this to me. I have to talk about it and say that it's not my favorite thing. But that doesn't matter. There are very few PCs out there that you would say are the perfect PC, and even then, for who is it the perfect PC? I want higher FPS than my Xbox Series X, better graphics, and buttery smooth. Well, that requires balance. That means that you're not going to go in and just set it to the prettiest picture as possible, because then you're going to lose smoothness. And if you try to set it to the fastest frame rate possible, you're going to lose visual fidelity. You got to find that balance. Braythorn, I think it's a big deal that NVIDIA isn't supporting DisplayPort 2.1. It will be eventually, yes. That was a mistake on their part, and they should have done that. But I also think that it's a mistake that they didn't do PCIe Gen 5. How long have since 12th gen Intel, it's been PCIe Gen 5, and then there's a whole year of like nothing when it comes to products that support it. So, but now we're going to be getting drives that use PCIe Gen 5. We should have had GPUs that use it. The reason is, if you have to bifurcate to down to the X8 lanes, then you can still get a lot more. It's just like getting 16 lanes of PCIe Gen 4, because it literally is double each time per lane. Gen 3 was double Gen 2. Gen 4 was double the bit rate, the transfer rate of the bandwidth, I should say, of Gen 3. So if you would have half of Gen 5, that's like full 16 lanes of Gen 4. That would have been fine. But they didn't do that. That, I think, was the bigger mistake. DisplayPort 2.1, yeah, AMD is really bragging about that. They really feel like NVIDIA missed the bus on that. I don't know yet. I don't think that the 7900 XTX, the 7900 XTX, is going to be capable of running the resolution and frame rates that are capable that you get through DisplayPort 2.1, but they're adopting it early, and that's good. That's what NVIDIA should have done to be competitive. Jensen loves to go on screen and talk about how his products are the best products, and then he misses out on critical updated connectivity. Okay, how is it the best anymore? You know, still amazing. The performance is fantastic, and actually the performance per watt of the 4080 is more reasonable than what you get with the 4090. Although I think I heard that they've improved the power usage in gaming. Yeah, Gen 5 PCIe. I fear for the woes with riser cables. Yeah, that's gonna be fun. In the future, yes, it will hurt you, but by then we'll be talking 5000 series cards. Jeff, I think people are wanting to look at something like a 4090 so they never have to, like, there's a feeling of like, I'll never have to spend money on a GPU again. I mean, you know, you will. But it'll last you longer. It will. It's true. And it's not because everyone's going to game at 8K. Nobody is. Nobody is. I still tell people like 4K gaming is You gotta realize how expensive a good 4K gaming monitor is before you start saying, I want to do 4K gaming with a budget that kind of basically supports that, but then you don't have the monitor budget to get the monitor that you wanted. They're very expensive. But 8K gaming is... Why are we talking about it? Why do we ever talk about 8K gaming? It's so far off in the future. They were talking about 4K gaming way too early, and it's only now becoming something that's more possible, like smoothly and everything, with the 4090 and 4080. So, of course, they just have to outdo each other when they talk. They just have to outdo each other. It's like, you know, two friends of yours that both have to be the smartest person in the room all the time, and then they're in the same room together, and you're like, oh, no. The 4090 doesn't need PCIe Gen 5 at this time, however, still. I disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly. And actually, was it you that was like, but you're still getting 8 lanes of PCIe Gen 5 when I was saying out that my 4090 was at running X8? And I was like, well, it's too bad they didn't build it like that. I think that they did need it. I think they could have used that. Because and it's not their fault either. It's because of Intel. It's because Intel went, all right, Z690's got 16 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. Let's do a big upgrade for Z790 and go with 16 lanes of PCIe Gen 5. And I'm like, what the hell? You got 24 on the X670E. What's going on? And these motherboards cost like the same. That's like your primary. That's your throughput. That's your connectivity. Well, then Gen 4 is what the chipset, and it's like, come on, man. Now, if you have a Gen 5 M.2 socket on a Z790 board, if you see that, or a Z690 board, it will cut you down to X8 on your GPU. And because NVIDIA didn't go Gen 5, it doesn't matter that you have Gen 5 slots on the motherboard because the card doesn't support it. So you're going from X16 Gen 5 capabilities to X8 on Gen 4. Yeah, it would have helped because of Intel. There's even some, I think, AMD boards that kind of do that, but they don't have to. They have 24 lanes of Gen 5. So I don't know why they do that. Not many, though. Emailed you a picture of the 4080 system if you want to show people. I do want to show people. Yes. guys want to see it? Let's see. Okay. Oh man, I'm not even running a Gleam thing, and I forgot to cancel it because I got an invoice now. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, absolutely. I need to ask you about the Intel build thing and see what the word is on that. That sounded exciting to me. I hope that goes through. That was something James was telling me about, and we went back and forth on that for a bit. Okay, let's actually open this in a new tab. Oh, well, okay, sure. I'll show you guys in a second. Calm yourselves. Don't worry. Just a second. Nice picture, though. Oh, let me make sure that I'm not... Uh-huh. Okay. And here we go. No, I don't want that. Yep. Looks very nice. Oh, so close to reaching that PCI slot. So close. Ah, those fan shrouds. Yep. But still, looks good. You know what I would do? I would talk to V1 Tech about this area here and just put something there. Like a RGB piece or something like that. Yep. Be kind of cool. I just realized, though, that showing you guys this, you remember this thing that I was talking about where you can add those 4 USB ports? You can actually put it in one of those vertical slots if you want to show it off. I wouldn't, though. This thing's kind of ugly. But no, it can go basically right under that. And yeah, you'll have these cables out, whatever, but like you'll get 4 more USB ports for like $9. Not a bad deal if you need that. You might not necessarily. But yeah, there's your 240 right there. In white, very nice. Very nice to see that in white because that matches the system nicely. Yeah, no, that's... And for 7600X, that is plenty of cooling. I like it. So to be clear, guys, what this is, what you're looking at is the it's a Zen 4 system with 7600X, meaning you're going to get like 4 more years of upgrades that you can do with the CPU, unlike with Intel. All right, 7600X on an MATX B650 motherboard with some decent rear I/O, and a 4080 with a 1000 watt PCIe Gen 5 or ATX 3.0 power supply, a 240mm all-in-one liquid cooler in the beautiful Fantex P500A in white. And I can tell you, it's an awesome case. Because look, it's right there. That's what that case looks like from far away. There you go. So, that's what that is. There's the system, and it's going to be $2 grand tomorrow, launching at 11 o'clock. Honestly, it's I guess objectively speaking, it's the best deal. As I mentioned, it's the best deal out of any Black Friday Cyber Monday deal that I've seen, just because it's all next gen tech, and 4080s are expensive and hard. They're just getting a system like this for under like $2,800 is difficult, $2,500 at the least. So yeah, great deal. Rick Graham, I use a Mobius monitor and a couple of just cheap monitors for the side panels. The side vertical monitors. We need more Braethorn. Is that why you need higher resolution? You need a macro camera for that Falcon Northwest unboxing. I want to feel like I'm inside the chassis. I have a pretty good lens for that. It's not a macro lens, but I have an awesome lens on the way, guys. Oh boy, I can't wait. By the way, there's quite a delay from what I can tell on the stream. Sorry about that. I want 4K. Whatever PC I get is being hooked up to my 65-inch LG C1. Well, as long as you're willing to make the investment to get a good 4K PC, then you're good. Just want to be able to get 1080 minimum. Don't need for 4K though. 1440 would be nice. My cams don't stream at that when I do my work anyway. Fair enough. Still waiting on my chippy I won from Intel. Oh, well, you should tell them that. That's weird. Running a 1040 until summer. I see. No problem, Sean, of course. As for upgrades, yeah, I mean, I could. That was a plan, which was a whole series on how to do upgrades. I don't really want to get into that. There was something that soured me on the topic because the company I was trying to work with for that wasn't too happy with it and said that they were cool with it, and then they weren't, and they turned out to not be very cool in general anyway, so yeah. When the next Intel CPUs come out? Probably January. If you're talking about like the 13400. If you're talking about the next generation, I have no idea, but probably late next year. The Blaze and Eclipse are two best deals on the site IMO. Well, yeah, because this one's not on the site yet. The thing about it is, Draconen, is best is subjective. For me, I like newer tech stuff. I mean, older, previous generation stuff is still excellent, and there's no reason not to get it. But I like giving people a big upgrade path because I want to encourage everybody to eventually open up their PCs and do upgrades. With that mindset, this is the best deal, pretty much. But it won't be there forever, and it's going to sell out eventually, so yeah. Is a 3070 and a 5800X good? Yes. I guess. I don't know what you're doing with it, so I can't tell you. I don't know. But it's good pretty much in general. And every computer is good. Is it good for you? That's always the question. I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys that. I keep getting these kinds of questions. Every PC is objectively good. Well, 11th gen Intel. Never mind. But like most are objectively good. RX 580, still a great budget GPU. Well, let me put it this way. I got one right here. And I started my channel with this. I didn't need much. I just wanted a good price on a GPU. I knew this thing was just an overclocked 480, RX 480. But I got a great price on it, like $180 brand new, a few years ago. Like it was, when was this? I don't know, whatever. I just wanted to game at 1080p, but once I started going above that and getting higher refresh rate monitor, this wasn't quite enough. Plus doing content creation, it wasn't enough anymore. And then having Ari on this, my girlfriend, when we were playing like Stardew Valley, stuff like that, it would have some stutters and things like that. So like it's not very powerful. It had 8 gigs of VRAM, which was decent for content creation, but it wasn't fast, and it's not fast. So I would honestly, it just depends. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you guys. It depends on what you're doing with your system, everybody. There you go. If you're just going to game, you can go with older Radeon cards, no problem. Like a 6000 series 6600 XT is a rad card for a great price. If you're just gaming and don't care about ray tracing and you're playing at 1080p. 6750 or 6700 XT gets you into more 1440p gaming, non-ray tracing again. But if you care, if you're very interested in ray tracing, which more and more games are getting it, if you're going to be streaming or doing anything like that, or whatever, you go NVIDIA. That's changing with RDNA 3 because they have dual AV1 encoding, or at least simultaneous encode-decode AV1 on the 7900 XT and XTX. So they actually care about rendering, about encoding, I should say, about encoding this generation, which is nice. But it's what you're going to use it for. Every PC is good in a way. It's better than not having one. But is it good for the price? Is it good for what you're going to use it for? What's your budget? What's your goals? Are you going to stream? Are you going to make videos? Are you going to make TikToks? Are you going to make, are you going to do VTuber avatars for somebody? What are you doing with your PC? So, from now on, everybody who's going to be like, hey, is this good? Had better start that question off by saying, hey, I want to game and stream at 1080p, 1440p, whatever. Would this be good? Please. Otherwise, my answers mean nothing to you. Just maybe to the universe, they mean something. Out there in the universe, it'll mean something to somebody. But to you, who knows? I don't know what you're doing with it. If you're going to come back and say, yeah, you know what, this 5600X and 3080 isn't that good for SolidWorks. Well, you didn't tell me you were going to be doing SolidWorks or AutoCAD. You get more cores then, you know? Get more VRAM because the 3080 is going to have 10 gigs. That's not, you want to go with more VRAM if you're going to be doing a 3D workflow. Or if you're going to be doing path tracing or just whatever. Like there's a lot of reasons to use a PC, and each of those reasons requires different things. If you come to me and say, I'm doing music production, I'm going to load your PC up with RAM. It needs RAM to temporarily store VSTs, audio, music samples. I've done so many weird things, like I've done so many different use cases with PCs myself. I did music production for a little while. I had to live through the nightmare of trying to do music production on 16 gigs of RAM. It does not work. It's not very good. What do you run on your PC, Braythorn? 13900K and a 4090. I do content creation, some 3D workflow, a lot of 3D workflow, like this right here, by the way. I mean, bam, here's some 3D workflow for you. I'm actually trying to get into more 3D design so I can make elements for Motion Studio, which is this thing here. Actually, let's do this view right here. Which one was it? I can't actually see what I'm doing, and I hate that. 1 second. You see right there? I could use a 4090. You know, you don't need it for Motion Studio, but it can help. Welcome to the Hive. That's where you are right now, by the way. 12400F and 3060 Ti good for gaming and light streaming. No, get the non-F SKU. Get the 12400, not the F. Get the F out of there. It's not going to be the best at doing CPU rendering, okay, CPU encoding, because it's not a very powerful CPU, but you at least have the option. You know what I mean? You want to at least have the option. Can I play all of my Xbox games on PC? I don't know. I don't play Xbox. Maybe. I think they have Xbox Game Pass, so probably. Cam Smith, though, don't spam questions. You know, that's annoying. Especially all caps. It's like basically someone like pulling on your sleeve and then just like asking you a question and then asking it again and then just they're just like yelling at you. When I load up my CAD program to 3D print, it takes like 15 minutes to load a file, but my PC is from 2004 with a GT 510 card. Well, there you go. I actually had someone put a comment where they were like, I can't believe this guy actually mentioned SolidWorks and other specific use cases like that. And it's like, of course, that needs to be addressed. It does need to be addressed. If you're going to be recommending PCs to somebody, you need the details. Now, that's not what this stream is about, guys. This stream is about knowing what deals are out there in general, and then you choose. I don't have enough to, like, there's 100, right now it says 166 people. I can't make recommendations to everybody. And sorry I have it on slow mode too. It was way too much for me to handle last time. Even now I haven't been answering every chat like I'd like to on Twitch. Which I guess I'm going to get to the point to where I just can't do that anymore either. Fernando Bidala. 12700K or 7600X. Which is just a better CPU? For what use case? If you want to just look at benchmarks and buy based off of that, don't ask me questions. Go look at benchmarks. If you want to know which one is just better, you need to look at charts. If you want to know what's better for you, you actually need to be willing to provide information. If you're not willing to provide information, I'm not going to answer you. That, I might be reading it wrong, came off as rude to me because I was just talking about how I would like you to tell me what you're going to do with it before you ask questions. Your choice was then to say, no, I'm not going to do that. Just answer me. Well, no, I'm not going to answer you. That's just rude. It's like, I told you exactly how to approach me, and you're like, I'm going to do the opposite. That's my choice. It's kind of, what am I supposed to do with that? I went back and read that, so you might have said that before I specified I would like you to approach me this way. If that's the case, I do apologize. And I didn't mean to have an angry reaction to that. And I wasn't really angry. I was just like a little disbelieving is what that was. And I hope it came across that way. But yeah, you gotta be able to give information. Chatting is free. It's free of charge. You just gotta type a little bit. And if I haven't, but then again, I've told you guys straight up, this is not a stream where I'm helping people one-on-one. I'm actually probably going to end it here because we're kind of just getting in circles here. Quota Tech, K versus KF is mainly onboard graphics. KF comes without the onboard graphics. Exactly, there you go. That is right. And the F SKU, I mean, the non-F SKU is going to have integrated graphics. Are they gaming graphics? Are they for gaming? No. You don't use those onboard graphics for gaming. That's why you have a dedicated GPU. So if you have a dedicated GPU, do you have to have onboard graphics? No, you can run without that. Obviously, that's why they sell them. But when there's reasons I like to have the non-F SKU. For troubleshooting, if your GPU is having issues, it's way easier to troubleshoot. The other thing is quick sync. If you're going to do any content creation, encoding, quick sync can help you get that encoding done a lot faster because it uses the encoding in both the GPU and the CPU. Very nice to have. Apparently, if you get a Ryzen 7000 series CPU and a 7000 series Radeon GPU, you're going to have, what do they call it? They call it Smart Access Video. So like they have SAM, Smart Access Memory, Smart Access Video is what they're going to call it in quick sync, basically. Someone ask a question and you get rude. Well, it's just because I was basically saying exactly how to ask me a question to where I can give you an accurate answer. I'm not being rude. I was just like, really? Seriously? After I just did that? But people think, you know, that's why I apologize. If it was before I said that, I do apologize. I don't want to come across that way. It's more like I can't believe that it's still the case that, like, I'm not being listened to. Like it's basically like, no, shut up and give me my information is what I'm being told, and that is rude. You know, I've been answering questions all stream. Asking me a question doesn't get me to be rude. That is not the case. As you can go back through at the VOD, and you'll see that I've just been doing this the whole stream. So. The Blaze 3.0 has a little bit of an upgrade. Yeah, I did cover that earlier. It does have a little bit of an upgrade path left, and going with like a 5800X 3D with a 3080 will give you some very good high-end 1440p gaming, maybe some 4K gaming. But then again, you got to remember that 4K gaming, you're going to spend more than half of that price of that PC just to get the monitor. So aim for 1440p. I think that's good. You familiar with PowerSpec PCs? Yes. Are you familiar with Micro Center? Because you have to go there to get one. As far as I know, unless they're selling them on Newegg or something. If they started doing that, I missed out on that. But I don't really shop Newegg much. I don't know where they would be selling it. But usually just directly at Micro Center is where you can get those. What mic are you using? Do you recommend the Elgato Wave 3 for streaming? I have a review video of the Elgato Wave 3, actually. So yes, you should go check that out. You can type in Braithorn Wave 3 in your YouTube search bar. It'll bring me right up. But yeah, that's actually one of my favorite videos that I did from the early days. Because it was actually funny, I think. I thought it was being funny. It was pretty good. My stance was like, this thing is too good. What are they hiding? So, it was pretty good. Raythorn, is that 7600X a decent enough for 4K video rendering and streaming? Rendering, when you say rendering, are you talking about video editing? To get something else. If you're going to do video editing, or you can do an upgrade later. Upgrade to the 7950X or something if you're making money off of it, or 7900X, or instead go for an Intel system. Objectively speaking, Intel is winning when it comes to video editing because even though the 7950X can technically get a better benchmark, that's not including QuickSync as a factor. So, if you're looking for a content creation machine, this ain't it. First off, because of the motherboard, you're losing out on additional storage you can add on there because it can have fewer M.2 sockets. You're losing out on expandability. For streaming, you're losing out on expansion slots because so putting in a internal capture card, you'd have to use a PCIe riser cable. That is an option, but they can also be a nightmare. So, like if you're having problems with your system and there's a riser cable in it, start there. Start with the riser cable. It's not really built out to be a streaming system. Can you update it, upgrade it to change that? Yeah, but you're talking about swapping out the motherboard pretty much. When someone tells me they're going to be streaming, I start with the motherboard. It is critical to have a good motherboard if you're going to be streaming. For video editing, You know, if it's something you're going to be doing professionally, then you can then you can justify a bigger investment to get something more serious for that. If you're just getting into it, then yeah, 7600X is it can start you off, but you're probably better off starting with a 13600K. That's probably the best all-around CPU of the entire year. That's at least what Gamers Nexus rated it. So, thank you for time and effort provided to us for free. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, of course, Turbo Addiction. Hey, Bray, first PC might get the 4080 we're using for gaming, streaming, editing, coding, animated video creation. Is that a good PC for that? No. Nah, because the CPU is only a 6-core CPU. That's going to be able to stream, definitely able to game. But once you start talking about coding, we can actually... This is why, like, I know their videos are dry, but you guys don't sleep on Gamers Nexus because they cover every use case. They really do. So let's take a look at that. I feel like people thought I was madder than I was. I wasn't. I get more like disbelieving whenever something like that happens, and I'm like, you can go do that if you want. That's just you know, I didn't mean to offend anybody. That certainly wasn't my goal. I'm generally not an unfriendly person. After a while, if you ask me the same question enough times, or if you clearly aren't listening to what I'm saying, then yeah, I'm gonna be a little miffed, or like not really angry or like shouty. I'll just be like, really? Okay, cool. That's not what I wanted or what I was hoping for that you did there, but let's talk about why that was not something I liked, and I'll explain myself. That's not me. You guys, you've seen me angry, right? Like, you've seen me yelling and angry and ranting. That's not what that was. That's like light gaming PC stuff. That's like extreme PC CA stuff with the different levels of assembly quality. That's me angry. This here, I haven't been angry all night. I've been happy all night. I've been having a good time. So, I hope I didn't give the wrong impression there. What was I looking for? I'm going to go to Gamers Nexus and I'm going to show you that you can basically get a full rundown. Because I don't really have all this information memorized. I do my best. But I can't give you reasons why I can try to give you reasons why something is good or not good, but like right now, if you go to Gamers Nexus, let me just show you instead of just rambling. All right, I'm getting tired. It's getting pretty late. We've been streaming for how many hours? Almost 4, I think. Almost 4 hours, but check this out. So this right here, best and worst, best CPUs of 2022. Right there. Telling you for all these different purposes, what are the best CPUs? There you go. The next thing is going to be 13600K versus 7600X. The exact video you should watch if you're looking for not the high-end CPU but this is basically like the entry-level performance CPU for both parties, right? In fact, I mean, neither of them have anything lower than the 13600K and the 7600X. So, you need to see this right here, okay? Now, consider this, though. If you want to go with Intel and get that 4080, you're spending $1,000 more because it's not a 13600K, it's a 13700K for that other Eclipse system. But if you're serious about video editing, or photo editing, or music production, or like very intense streaming with a lot of stuff going on in the background, and intense gameplay, or if you're just looking at light streaming, then that's all different. But I highly recommend, I'm actually just going to go ahead and click this and give you all the link. Go watch this video. Because you will actually know exactly where it stands. If you watch that before tomorrow, you'll know whether you should get that system or not. Am I doing that there? I'm not there. I'm here. Where's my chat? Why is my chat not showing? There we go. There's the video for anyone wondering whether the 7600X is right for them or they should go Intel. It's exactly answering that with full-on facts and information and testing to show you why. Is it a little boring? Probably, if you're not really into that stuff. Will it give you the exact information you need? Absolutely. Including bringing in other CPUs that they're testing along with it, because this was later on in all their CPU testing. Oh, Steve is great. What do I need in a PC to play my Xbox and PS5 console and stream? Also music production. Pro Tools as well as graphic design. Flex Nation TV, a high budget. That's a lot. Okay, let me tell you something. A graphic design workstation, very expensive. A video editing workstation, very expensive. And looking at a music production workstation, very expensive. You want all of those in one? If you want it on a professional level, you might be looking at 5 figures. Now, if you understand that you're going to be making a little bit of a sacrifice here and there in order to get an all-in-one machine that can do a jack of all trades, master of none, right? Then you basically, you have the right expectations, you should be good. It's just about, it's going to be about making a powerful system that can do it all, right? The dream PC that can do everything. Well, yeah, that's tough. That's a tough one. What are your opinion of CyberPower PC pre-builds? They don't have any Cyber Monday deals listed. What's the deal with that? Also, there are a few people in my community who have reported some bad situations with their customer service, and then some who have said it was good. So it goes both ways. They have no presence in our community. They don't respond to us. They don't talk to me. So I kind of just, whatever. Basically, you can get similar deals going with iBUYPOWER than going with CyberPower. So whatever, go with iBUYPOWER instead. They're a lot more social. There's a lot more social interaction there. They actually care about our community, and they actually follow along with what we do and give us information when we ask for it. And the reporting on them from the community is a lot more positive. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of CyberPower PC at the moment because I don't know enough about them to say whether or not I'm a fan of them. They don't talk to me. They don't care for us, I guess. Braythorn, is the Asus RG Strix B650A gaming Wi-Fi motherboard a good option for streaming when paired with the 7700X? Okay, let me ask you this. Does it have a lot of rear I/O? As in USB type A ports? Because you will run out of those very quickly as you add more devices for streaming. Okay? Audio interface. Stream Deck. I actually have a number pad I was going to show you guys, but I don't know where I put it. But a separate mechanical number pad. Keyboard, mouse, headset, of course, webcam, maybe USB microphone, because I have a USB audio interface. I can also use USB microphone if I want to. This is just an audio interface that doesn't have any audio input. It just happens to manage all my PC's audio, and I hate it. I don't like it anymore. I want something different. Basically, if you're the type that wants to have gadgets to make your streams better, to help improve the production quality, then understand you're going to need a lot of USB ports. That's usually what I would look for. Also love Gamers Nexus, super informational channel. Absolutely. I believe it does, Walter. I would just try doing it. Add a game to your cart, throw the code in there, BRAY25. With the Skytech 4080 Cyber Monday Special be a good choice for just sim racing. Okay, let me ask you something about your sim rig, James Koo. Does it have a lot of separate USB cords, or is it all into one system? From what I understand, there's both different kinds, and if you have the type that uses a lot, you might run out on that motherboard, and then you'll have to... There's not a lot of fast ports if they require a bunch of USB 3.0, that kind of thing. There's not much expandability in that system because of the motherboard choice. So, but I mean, still, it's a fantastic deal, and you can swap the motherboard yourself if you're comfortable with that. Watch a couple YouTube videos, and then there you go. Who has better PC performance, CyberPower or Paradox? They're just PCs. They can just build a PC with any parts they want, and then it's going to have similar performance. That's not really what the differences are. PCs are PCs. Like a 13900K is going to be the same from one system integrator to another for the most part. Now, If you go with OEM, that's going to be different. If you go with an Alienware PC, they will literally slow down the processor because they don't have enough cooling to manage the heat. So they bring it down from like an i9 to an i7 in performance, but you still pay the price of the i9 processor. So just don't go OEM. HP Omen, Dell Alienware, Lenovo Legion can get a pass on a couple of their PCs. They do go the extra mile to do things like making sure you have dual channel memory and a decent cooler on some of them, but some of them they don't. So I just say skip OEMs for your high performance gaming PC. You need an office PC? Go for it. Your grandma needs a PC so you can email you or maybe Zoom call you. Yeah, you can go get your Costco Dell PC, whatever. It doesn't have to be a big rad gaming PC, but for your battle station, all right, for your streaming station, right, for the center of your digital universe, go with a system integrator. But they're all depending. It's just going to come down to pricing, the build quality, the experience, a lot of those things. Performance-wise, it's still going to be 2 + 2 = 4 no matter what, unless they just don't know how to build a PC. Unless they really screw something up. And then even then, it could be something easily fixed. Okay? So, almost went with the Ava Direct Braithorn build till I saw the $200 shipping. Something to think about. I guess that's going to be depending on where you live. Yeah, that depends. Braithorn, if I'm not planning on overclocking, will the Asus Prime Z790 be good enough for a 13900K? You don't need to overclock for it to draw a lot of power. The 13900K can draw over 400 watts of power at peak without overclocking. So you still need to have very good power delivery for that CPU. I wouldn't go... If you go with power delivery that's not going to have as many phases and things like that, VRMs, I mean, then they're going to get hotter. If they're not high quality, they will also produce more heat. It's kind of the funny thing about... Am I still showing this? Why am I still showing this? I'm just showing you guys this screen for no reason. That's dumb. I guess I was showing you my chat. The main thing is... the funny thing about it is high-end motherboards have like higher quality VRMs, more efficient, and more of them. So they run much cooler. What is this? Why isn't this working? Are you serious? What is this? I don't want this. Okay. What? No. Excuse me. Go. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate this. I hate Microsoft Edge is the worst, and I hate it. Can we just go back? Is this frozen again? Are you serious? Jeez, Motion Studio. Come on, man. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay. Can we please go to this? Okay, we're on it. It worked eventually. All right. It's just Motion Studio's frozen. And then I got this crap that popped. How to get help in Windows 11? No, go away. It's not letting me close that window because it wants me to give them my browsing data. Yeah, no, I don't want that. I hate Edge. I hate how needy Microsoft is. If you get Windows 11, when you go to download Google Chrome or whatever browser you're getting, it's like, hey, you don't need to do that. It's like, really? A computer program is being needy right now. Like, seriously. Okay, I'm back. I'm here. That was a nightmare. Okay. Okay, so that's what I was going to say, was that better motherboards have better power delivery that runs more efficiently and thus produces less heat. Yet they get the gigantic VRM coolers that they hardly need. And then cheaper motherboards with fewer power phases, right? And like just cheaper power delivery in general that runs less efficiently and produces more heat, get little strips of aluminum. Like, I don't understand. It's the dumbest. We do have our ProMark systems for content creation, but they're not really on sale right now. Ah, okay. And honestly, I guess maybe I just don't encounter them on the site, Jeff. I'm not sure. Why not? but yeah, I guess I haven't really looked at those too much. I should. I get some people who are looking for that kind of thing. What do I need in PC to play my Xbox and PS5 console and stream? Also music production, protocol as well, graphic design. Flex Nation, you did ask me that before, and I didn't really answer it. But you're asking to do a lot with one system. Wait. That's why I've seen it before, because you literally asked the same question twice. How many times? I'm going to go back and see how many times you asked that question. I hate spammed questions. Like, if I don't see it, I'll see it eventually, hopefully. But, like, no, it looks like it was just that. Oh, no, no. Okay, that's 3. 3 times you asked that question. 4 times you asked that question. 5 times. 6 times. Wow, that's really annoying. Maybe don't do that. You guys in chat must have loved that. But yeah, you're asking a lot of a PC. I hope you have a big budget, because that's basically what you're going to need if you wanted to do everything under the sun and do it well. But since you didn't tell me your budget, I'm just going to go ahead and move on. You had many chances too. Let me tell you, saying the same thing 6 times. Good Lord. Hope you enjoyed. If you get it, lots of highly recommended pre-builds. I've seen better and good recommendations from people. Have you considered Linux? I have. I've used Linux. I work with way too many different programs right now that won't really play nice with that, so can't do that. At least, it's been a long time for me. Let me put it that way. Back in my college days, I used to be like, kind of all about it. But I wouldn't say that I'm a hardcore Linux user. Or was I ever? I really wasn't ever a hardcore Linux user. Not like, you know. Hey, Braythorn, would the Skytech Blaze 3.0 for $12.99 be a good deal for me? I'm looking for a decent gaming machine and maybe some light streaming. You guys really didn't want this to be the stream that it was, what did you? You wanted me to do the PC help stream. I know that's the main thing I do. That's what got me Twitch partner. I should not really deviate away from that. I just needed something to replace the video for today. And now I have a way too long stream that no one's going to sit through. I'm basically going to have to cut out 90% of this stream to make it a viewable video. Yay. We'll see if that works. I might just download it and just actually video edit it instead of trying to edit it on YouTube, because that usually is going to take forever. Had a question for you up there. If you get it to cool, if you get to it cool, oh, what happened? I don't know what you mean by the dust settling on 40 series. That's pretty vague. Do you mean them coming out with cheaper cards, more mid-range and budget cards? I doubt they're going to change the MSRP on the 3080. They never changed the MSRP on the 3080 Ti, and they popped that one up by $200 right before announcing it. Look, NVIDIA has a lot of things. One of those main things is the audacity. Okay? They will charge what they want to charge for something. The problem with the 4080 12 gig was not, they didn't say the price. They said it was the name was the problem. They still want $900 for that card, so they're going to name it whatever they have to get that price, but they might drop it down a bit. It's not an 80 class card, though. So that's why they said the name was a problem. They will charge whatever they want, and most people will pay it. And I'm not happy about that. So the dust isn't going to settle, per se, until maybe 50 series. And we'll see what the audacity brings them to do with 50 series. I think the only thing that's going to push them is AMD. What we're waiting on right now, what I'm waiting on, is independent reviews of the 7900 XTX. And yeah, the extra X one. Because that's the one that's going to be taking down the 4080 perhaps. Maybe. Who knows? For a couple $100 cheaper. We'll find out. But for those of you who just want to get NVIDIA, that's for you to decide. And don't disagree. I'm running a 4090 right now. I would be a hypocrite to say they're bad products. They're not. That's the problem. They're great products. They are. And even Steve came out and said, like, no, it's not a problem with the adapter. People just ain't plugging them in right. And we proved it. So all the uproar about like, oh, they can't even make a good adapter. It's like, it's not great. It's ugly. That's about the only problem with it. You just have to click it in all the way. So the problem is that NVIDIA makes great products. If they didn't, then they couldn't price it to whatever they want, and people wouldn't pay if they did. So yeah, it's a whole conundrum. I'm not supposed to root for any company. I'm rooting for consumers right now when I say I hope that AMD really brings it. Not to the point to where anyone's going to regret getting the 4080, because it's still going to be a banger, like no matter what. That's the same thing with like 7000 series Ryzen and 13th gen Intel. They're both good choices, but it has to be appropriate for you. You know, you're going to have a great PC no matter which of these you get. So it's really like, you know, it's tough to be in a position of recommending stuff right now when I really need to know everybody's details to make a good recommendation, and I can't just be like, well, 12th gen Intel's better than 5000 series Ryzen. Go buy that. There you go. That's my recommendation. Bam. Those days are gone at the moment. Because yes, 13th gen Intel is topping the charts right now with a lot more power usage, by the way. That's how they did that. But if you're the type that wants to upgrade your PC a few years from now without having to change everything, you should go AMD Ryzen Zen 4. 4, not Zen 3, not 5000 series Ryzen, 7000 series Ryzen. The support's going to be for a long time on that one, and you're going to have a lot of options to upgrade down the line. If you don't care about that and you just want the best thing you can get right now, then it should be 13th gen Intel or something like a 5800X 3D, because that can't be upgraded. They're both at end of life for motherboards and for chipset. So for CPU, I should say, for CPU socket, for the socket. Anyway, clearly I'm just circling the drain right now. So it's just too much. Having from 150 to 200 people wanting individual recommendations is too much. I can't do that. To the point to where I came off as rude earlier, and that's the last thing I want. I don't want that. You guys are seriously everything, and you mean the world to me, and I don't ever want anyone to feel like there is a dumb question. I don't want anyone to feel that way. Ask the questions, you know? I don't want anyone to feel like they're not welcome to ask their questions, or like they're bugging me by asking a question. But I'm just having this many people who are sitting there wanting, no, tell me what to buy. Like, I can't, I don't know enough. And the process for doing that is going to be, it's going to be too late by the end of Cyber Monday. I hope I've provided enough info to where you feel confident making a choice, but I just don't have the process here, set up here, to where I can get the information from you to make the recommendations I feel comfortable making, because I take it as a serious responsibility, and it's just a little too difficult to do without knowing enough about you. And there's been quite a few people who aren't really willing to give, or haven't really asked themselves a question, who, like, of what do I need? What am I going to use it for? Yeah. I don't know. I'm making some assumptions there, but yeah. I know, Rhino. I appreciate that. Darkonen, again, that's a short question with a long answer about the 5800X 3D and the 5800X. There's a long video about it over on Gamers Nexus with all the answers you could possibly need. And it'll be a lot more accurate than me, because I'm going to be going off the cuff. I don't have any scripts. I don't use a teleprompter. I'm just going to be... But basically, the 5800X 3D has a lower frequency per core than the 5800X, and it can't be overclocked like the 5800X can. But the much greater L3 cache and the 3D cache in general makes it way better for gaming. So if it's multitasking, productivity you want it for, not the best CPU. For gaming, yes, in the 5000 series Ryzen. Okay, cool. If I said all of that and you're still just waiting for your turn to ask a question and demand information from me, I think you might have missed the point. But for you guys who are just being kind to me right now, I appreciate that. I'm not looking for sympathy. I'm not trying to like fish for sympathy. I'm just trying to let you know my state of mind so that I don't rub anybody the wrong way. I don't want to do that. Rick, it is crazy. I'm kind of like still getting a feel for it. I have very rarely had over 100 people in Twitch chat, even though I'm a partner there. Like, you don't have to have thousands of people in your chat to become a partner. I lucked into it, but I got it. But it's very rare for me to have over 100 people, and lately it's been more like 60 or 70 at most. So this has been a little tough to deal with. My average was like at 200 for a while there. So, guys, let me ask you this one favor. If you feel like I did all right this stream, did okay, I asked two favors, actually. Click that link and consider supporting Alexandra PCs in their cause to help with a member of their community dealing with ALS and how it's affecting their family. That link is in the description, and there's a PC giveaway in there. Okay? For a one-of-one League of Legends custom PC with custom one-of-one art. You don't want to miss that. Okay? That's in the description. And no, I'm not going to respond to comments saying, contact me on Telegram, you won the thing. No, that's not how that works. I'm not running the giveaway, so ignore that. There's even another giveaway there for the Team Excluded system I'm going to build myself live on stream. Don't miss that. That's going to be awesome. And that's free to enter as well. Tons of ways to enter in that one. That's in the description as well. And also, you're not going to get an announcement as a YouTube comments reply saying, hey, contact me on Telegram. I don't even have Telegram. Where do these people come from? And the last thing is drop a like, if you don't mind. I just saw someone drop a like. Thank you. I witnessed the number change. It was amazing. Thank you for that. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cut the stream here. There's really it's no point in streaming on Twitch tonight. But Tuesday is going to be amazing. Don't miss that. Like, any PC enthusiast, whether you're a customer or work at a system integrator, I think for everybody who's into PCs, Tuesday is going to be amazing because we're going to look at a really, really good example of a top-tier PC together and kind of just appreciate it and check it out and talk about the true meaning of airflow, what it really means. Is it holes? Is it just a bunch of holes in the case, or is it more than that? Also, tomorrow night, I'm actually not sure if I'm going to stream on my channel or if it's just going to be me guesting on Lasgar Lockman's channel, but we got that PC build-off thing going on. I'm probably going to stream it. I'm just really tired. I need to go get some rest and some food. I haven't eaten all day. So, thank you guys so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'm going to cut so much of this out of the VOD, hopefully, or just make a fresh video out of it. Sorry, Cuddles, if you end up having to edit this. My bad. But it was a great time. Thank you guys for hanging out. You're amazing. I can't wait to talk to y'all again. Thank you for your patience. And I see the likes jumping up. Man, that means a lot. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to have to do this more often here on YouTube. Like, maybe an extra stream per week. I don't know. But hanging out here is just the best. Whether there's Black Friday, Cyber Monday, doesn't matter. There's always going to be deals somewhere. And there's always going to be a reason to hang out with you guys in chat. So I'll see you guys on the next one. See you tomorrow for the build-off stream. That's going to be fun. And until then, take care.
Let's go, nerds!